make yourselves as comfortable as you can. There's a lot to discuss tonight, and pre-discussions now have come to an end, I hope, so that we can get on with the meeting. All right, thank you. Right, well, it's a lovely evening, so let's see if we can get out while there's still a little bit of nice weather around. So welcome everybody this evening. As you know, there's an option to join via Teams for those members and officers who are unable to attend in person. They will be able to participate in the debate remotely, but will not be able to vote. And we're streaming the meeting today live on the intranet, and a recorded version will be available to view within 48 hours on the North Somerset Council website. So, have we got members via Teams today? We haven't. Okay. Well done for everybody who's managed to come in person. But we do have some apologies, I believe.
Chairperson, yes, I have advance apologies from Councillors Bryant, Clayton and Holland.
Thank you. We'll note those.
Can I pass on apologies from Councillor Keating as well, please?
Thank you.
And Peter?
Councillor Pepperell.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
A few extras there. We move on to item 2 then, which is public participation, and our first speaker tonight is Anna F. Grave, who's a resident who's come to talk to us about Bristol Airport lighting and Feltham Common. Please come and join us, Anna.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name's Anna F. Grave, and I live 2 kilometres from the end of the current runway at Bristol Airport. Between my house and the airport is Feltham Common, and my family uses the common almost every day, as do many local residents. With Neolithical burial mounds and ground that has never been farmed, the common is unique in its ecological makeup, home to endangered species of birds, thousands of plants and millions of insects. Bristol Airport have applied to expand, again, but the main difference this time is that they want to encroach onto this common land, with landing lights on Feltham Common. They have tried to downplay the impact that this will have on the common, but it will have a huge impact and will destroy the current character, ecology and legal status of the land. If the airport get hold of any part of the common, we will never get it back, and then I believe that further plans will emerge. I am part of the Save Feltham Common group, which has been formed to campaign against this. Let's have a show of hands, if I'm allowed. How many of you have been on Feltham Common? Great, okay. You don't need an invite. It's a public resource, for now anyway. Bristol Airport may have other plans. You can visit any time. You are officially invited to visit on Sunday the 16th of May at 11 o'clock for a walk and to learn about the common. Come and see the common before Bristol Airport get a chance to ruin it forever. You need to know what the airport plans are about. You need to see the common in all its unique beauty and medieval history. So, some of you, I'm surprised how many, have been on Feltham Common, but I bet the head honchos of Macquarie, the owners of Bristol Airport, have never been on Feltham Common. They know nothing about it and they care nothing about it. They are in Australia. They cannot understand how such a small parcel of land can have such ecological, historical and social value. Their motive for expanding the airport is purely driven by a desire to increase profits. We must not allow this. There has been a lot of talk about a mass transit scheme. This is decades away if it ever happens. Let's agree that the airport should not expand until a mass transit scheme is in place. Bristol Airport would be very unhappy about that. They do not want a mass transit scheme because that would destroy their profits. How? Because they rely very heavily on car parking charges. For example, in 2023, the airport made a profit of just over 56 million. In that same year, guess how much money came in from car parking? Not necessarily profit, because that figure seems impossible to find. but revenue from car parking. Remember, overall profit was 56 million. Have you got a number in your head? 56 million profit. Car parking revenue in that year was 69 million. No wonder they want to expand before any mass transit scheme is in place. What will the revenue be from car parking with 15 million passengers a year? Please do not grant permission for Bristol Airport to expand. It is already too big, making too much money and causing too much damage. Say no to landing lights on Felton Common. Common land must be protected from profiteering companies. Last Sunday on the Common, we sang the words of a poem written about 300 years ago. I'll read you some of the words. The law locks up the man or woman who steals the goose from off the common, but lets the greater villain loose who steals the common from off the goose. The law demands that we atone when we take things we do not own, but leaves the lords and ladies fine who take things that are yours and mine. In case I'm not being clear, the greater villain is Bristol Airport. The lords and ladies are their shareholders. We can't lock them up, but let's lock them out of Felton Common. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, who could have known that somebody was going to write a poem 300 years ago that you could use today? That's amazing, isn't it? Thank you very much indeed. Is Alan Rice with us today? Because he asked to be our next speaker. I can't see myself. Oh, he is. Okay, Alan, over to you. Thank you. Oh, there he is. You've got 5 minutes, Alan.
Good evening, Chairman and Councillors. I'm Alan Rice of Western Housing Action and the lead representative of a collective of leaseholders at Coombe Lodge in Weston. As reported in the Western Mercury last Thursday, the leaseholders, including a vulnerable pensioner on a fixed income, have been hit with a staggering 4,000% service charge hike. Monthly sinking fund contributions for some have jumped from £6.67 to over £270. This is not merely a financial dispute, it's a symptom of a systemic failure in the regulation of social landlords that is happening right here in our town. The justification provided for this hike is fire safety. Yet the administrative reality is one of total contradiction. We have uncovered what I can only describe as a double checkmate of internal malpractice within Curo Group. One department is demanding immediate, life-altering payments for anticipated safety works, yet in a formal legal notice issued to residents only on April the 10th, Curo's own fire safety department explicitly states, no, there are no works planned at the moment. How can a landlord be permitted to collect thousands of pounds for works they formally admit do not exist? Furthermore, Curo is moving toward a £3.3 million corporate-wide contract while admitting they have not yet conducted site-specific surveys for the building to prove such works are even necessary. When we escalated these documented contradictions to Curo's Chief Governance Officer this week, the response was a flat refusal to review the matter, claiming it was inappropriate because we have been forced to take them to a tribunal. This is a classic regulatory vacuum. A multi-million-pound organisation is using the legal process as a shield to avoid answering for administrative failures that are causing severe distress to residents. Because Curo often uses an in-house labour team, there are no external invoices for residents to verify, leaving us with zero transparency on how the leaseholders' money is being spent. We're not here for a private grievance. We're here to ask North Somerset Council to recognise that a lack of oversight is failing your constituents. We ask this council to, 1, formally write to the regulator of social housing, expressing concern over the use of contradictory legal notices and indicative billing for unplanned works. 2, urge our local MP to ensure the Leasehold and Freehold Reform Act is strengthened to prevent fire safety from being used as a blank cheque for mismanagement. I provided the officer with a fact sheet detailing these contradictions. We ask the Council to stand with the residents of Coombe Lodge and demand accountability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alan. It's always good when people bring things to our attention that we might otherwise miss, so much appreciated. Thank you very much. Right, item 3. Has anybody got any declarations of disposable pecuniary interest in anything that's discussed tonight? No one. Okay. Item 4. We need to approve the minutes for our last meeting, which was on the 24th of February 2026. I understand that Councillor Burden was noted as in attendance via Teams, but it wasn't recorded as it should have been, and that will be put right. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman.
Right, can we approve the minutes? Would somebody like to? Yeah, thank you. And Councillor Marion. Okay. All agreed? Thank you very much. Right, item 5 is the Tropicana business case update. It has been suggested that we put this to the end of the meeting because there are parts of it that could be exempt items, and therefore it would be sensible, because we're going to have to stop live streaming, etc., which you can't do in the middle of the meeting. So we're going to discuss that later on in the evening. Right, so item 6, Adult Social Services and Housing Annual Commissioning Intentions Plan, which is going to be brought before us from Councillor Whitfield. If you are ready, Roger? Where are you?
Thank you, Chair, and good evening to everybody. Adult social care and housing is by far the single biggest expense this council has. It accounts for over 1/3 of this council's expenditure, with a net revenue budget in excess of £230 million. When people say to you, where does all the money go? The answer is normally adult social care and housing. We're all aware of the constant cost pressures in this area, but these services are statutory, which means that as a council we have no alternative but to pay these costs. Costs which derive from the Care Act 2014, the Health and Care Act 2022, the Mental Capacity Act 2005, the Mental Health Act 1983 as amended in 2009, the Human Rights Act 1998, the NHS Care and Community Act 1990, the Safeguarding Vulnerable Groups Act 2006, the Modern Slavery Act 2015, the Equality Act 2010, the Housing Act 1996, the Homeless Reduction Act 2017, the Homelessness Act 2002, the Housing Grants Construction and Regeneration Act 1996, the Children Act 1989 as amended by the Children's and Families Act 2014, and the Children and Social Work Act 2017, and the Carers and Disabled Act 2000. Sorry about that, that's a bit of a mouthful, isn't it? Those are all of the acts that regulate us. With such a large portion of this council's spending going on these services, it's important that service providers have foresight of our intentions to ensure that the widest range of suppliers have an opportunity to bid for services when they come due. This annual report ensures that all service providers have an opportunity to see what is coming into the market so they can be ready to bid on whatever contracts they wish. This helps to maintain a strong and stable market and ultimately helps to minimise the costs to this council. You should see this as an advance list of what is coming, not as a request to procure these services as each contract that comes up will follow the procurement and scrutiny procedures of this council. This will include full details of the exact figures involved, as this report only includes estimates based upon past experience. We take the opportunity within every procurement to assess the potential cost savings available via insourcing, and this will definitely be a part of the procurement process. This report was considered by the Adult Services and Housing Policy Scrutiny Panel on the 12th of February 2026. The recommendations set out before you tonight were supported by the panel members. The recommendations set out in the report are to agree the commissioning priorities and the activities set out in appendices A and B. Thank you, and I invite any questions or comments.
Is there, okay, we have a seconder first, or? Yes, seconder first, Ms. Councillor Gibbons and Helen, you wanted to speak.
Yeah, thanks for that, Roger. I'm very glad, as you can guess, that you've mentioned that you will be always looking at the potential for cost savings via insourcing. So I'm just wondering, of all of these contracts that are mentioned, and I know we've been told previously by the relevant council officer who's the expert on this, that we do need quite a long lead-in to look at insourcing. So is there anything on that list that you think we could start looking at insourcing? And my second question is, the report mentions the Health Watch contract. My understanding of the Health Watch contract is that the ICB are going to be providing Health Watch directly themselves, rather than it being provided as it is currently by, I can't remember what they're called now. Our Director of Public Health probably knows what they're called, the organisation, but I can't put him on the spot. So, but my main question really is, is there anything on that list that you think we could start looking at insourcing?
Thank you very much for your question. And I think the honest answer to that is that insourcing is a difficult and expensive process for us to undertake, and most councils that have undertaken insourcing have actually used an arm's length company to deliver that, because it seems that the costs are often too great to bring it actually in-house into the council. At first sight, there is nothing there for me to say, yes, we could definitely look at that. But what we are doing is we are looking at everything as it comes up, because this covers the next 18 months. So everything as it comes up through the procurement process to see whether or not insourcing would be appropriate for it. I'm not sure if the officer has anything further to add to that. No, that's fine. And sorry, remind me of the second one.
It was the Health Watch contract, which I understood was actually now going to be provided by the ICB, the Integrated Care Board, rather than... I've just completely forgotten. Health Watch used to be provided by one organisation, and we've now got another one, haven't we?
Are we talking local or national Health Watch? Local Health Watch, because I believe Health Watch is planned to be disbanded in the near future.
That's what I'm saying, because it's going to be provided directly by the ICB, but it's on your list.
All right. Hayley, can you add anything to that for me?
It was correct at the time of writing.
Right. Yeah, the officers just said that was correct at the time of writing, but things have moved on since the report was drafted.
Thanks for that.
Thank you. Anybody else like to add to the debate? Right, so can we go for a vote then to support the recommendations that Roger has brought before us? Those in favour? And that's carried, so I don't think we need to go to those against. Right, thank you very much. Item 7 is the approval to submit A38 Major Road Network Improvement Scheme, which is going to be brought before us by Mike.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies, as is perennially the case at the moment, I've got a cold again, so hopefully my voice will hold out, but if I suddenly have a coughing fit, that'll be why, or it could be that somebody's question has, caught me with a curveball, so bear with. I'm asking Council to approve the submission of the full business case for the A38 Major Road Network Scheme to the Department of Transport. This is a scheme that North Somerset has developed with Somerset Council since 2019, and it brings together 9 targeted improvements along the A38 corridor, with 5 of them in North Somerset, and is focused on road safety, journey reliability and active travel. The package is deliberately practical. It aims to improve conditions for drivers, bus users, cyclists and pedestrians, reduce congestion and queuing, and hopefully help support lower emissions and more reliable movement through the corridor. Within North Somerset, the works are split into 2 packages. Package A includes the Barrow Lane and Hobbs Lane to Dial Lane section, the airport terminal to Silver Zone section, the Langford area and Sidcott Lane to Hillyfields, and package B is the downside road section from West Lane to the airport terminal roundabout, and that package is tied to section 106 funding from Bristol Airport. The wider case for this, of course, is not just about transport, but it sets out social value benefits as well, including STEM activity in schools, apprenticeships and placement opportunities, employability support for care leavers, and a commitment to local supply chains during delivery. And it's been really important for this council to achieve some of those social value outcomes on our major projects, and we've recently had some great successes as well, with work being delivered in the community and opportunities for young people as part of the Banwell Bypass scheme, which is obviously underway at the moment. So the approval tonight takes us to the submission of the full business case to the Department for Transport. It doesn't commit us to construction, but once we've received that final sign-off and funding from the Department for Transport, then a further decision and report will come back for us to accept the funding and update the capital programme accordingly. So I would ask Council to support the recommendations and the submission of the full business case.
Thank you, Mike. Is there a seconder? Hugh, thank you very much. Anyone have something to say? Bridget?
Thank you. As Mike and other councillors will be aware, as representative for Backwell, which includes Downside Road, this is a piece of work that we've followed for many years, and it goes across many different councillor areas. In the past week, 10 days, the major road going through Backwell has been closed, and residents have felt significant impacts of that. And so I've been watching and looking for this update to give us a timeline, because we are starting to see at the end of Downside Road Junction some clearing has taken place, and so I wasn't sure if it was actually more imminent that building works were about to begin, but as I can see, it is saying from April 27 all the way until July 2028, which is quite a reasonably length period of time that I'm sure residents and those who use the A38 will find quite challenging. However, I do appreciate the effort that's been put into the report with regards to recognising, and I've spoken to officers about how the consequences, when there are road closures, the consequences on our local roads and how residents can really be negatively impacted. Our residents are already heavily impacted by this airport that does not have a motorway, that does not have a train station, but has A roads and narrow roads taking to it. So I do appreciate the work that's gone into this report, and actually I do support how far this has come, because I have certainly been critical of this work in the past. And I'd also like to, as Mike said, highlight that those social value benefits do really look positive, and I'd like to continue to hear about how they are delivered through the progress of the scheme, because sometimes you hear about them at the beginning, but you don't always hear about them. And also I'm aware that we've seen employability projects cut from our budgets through our budget pressures, so things where we can help our rural communities, our more remote populations have access to different jobs and different employment opportunities is a real positive. So I'm just thanking for the work involved and can look forward to updating my community in the progress on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Bridget. Annemieke?
Thank you. A large part of this work sits in my own ward as well, just like it is in Bridget's. So the communities in Felton and Winford have for years been affected by any problems on the A38. As soon as it gets congested, everybody flies through the tiny little lanes. There are only single traffic lanes. So we have been really concerned in the lead up to this about how the roadworks would impact the community. So I'd like to express my thanks to the officers who came to Felton to have a really long consultation event with the residents. It was extremely well attended, and both the officers were there, but also representatives from the contractors. It was really productive, and lots of comments were made about how residents felt this needed to be managed. So I was particularly pleased to read this report, repeated comments about how they were going to take on board what they had learned at that event and that they'll have a really good mitigation plan. Obviously, we still have to make sure that that works. There's quite a long way to go before we get there, but it was very encouraging. I'm really pleased that they have listened to the community, because this is a really difficult thing for the community to put up with for a very long period of time. Roadworks, as Bridget just said, are going to go on for a long time. So I think the better we are at mitigating this, the better it will be for the community. So I'm really very grateful to all. Thanks.
Thanks for that comment, Annemieke. That's very helpful. Steve?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, a couple of very brief points from me. I had a few questions of the lead officer on this project last week, and she very kindly answered those questions for me. This is, as Councillor Petty said, this is a project that's been going on quite a long time. It's been to scrutiny. It's come to scrutiny 2 or 3 times. Through that process, we always, I think, sought assurance from officers that the airport would be paying for what they should be paying for. And I've received assurance that that is the case. There's quite a substantial contribution coming from them. And then the other point was really around, obviously there's a delegation in there, but it would appear that, unlike some other projects like Metro West, any inflationary sort of uplift on the construction cost would need to be covered by the council. So I was just going to seek Mike's assurance, please, Mike, if there's a significant kind of variation on the costs to those that are in this report, that he would bring that back to Cabinet or to here, so there was a sort of a wider accountability, sort of collective accountability for any additional money that we might need to commit. Thanks.
Is there an answer to that, Mike?
Yeah, is there anyone else, or is that it? Because I'll
at the moment, no. There's
okay,
no
okay, that's fine. So yes, I mean, the answer is absolutely happy to do that, Steve. Obviously, once we've got sign-off on the funding package for the FBC, we'll have more certainty as we progress to contract award and build. So, but I'm really happy if there's any significant variation in that to bring it back to colleagues by way of an update. And I just thought it'd be useful, both on the points that Bridget and Annemieke made, to say that the EATS Directorate, so our Environment and Transport Services Directorate, is working at the moment on a piece of work around network management and how we communicate what's going on our network. And although we've got a very good one network online system that does tell you, we're really acutely aware that lately we have maybe not been as good as we could have been in terms of communicating some of the work that is going on. And that, I think, is particularly important when people have got the opportunity to plan alternative routes and alternative journeys. They get live real-time updates in terms of what's happening in their community, and that we've properly thought through the alternatives and diversion routes that are available. So Mickey and the team are working on that at the moment, and hopefully people will start to see a real benefit from that in social media and in communications to communities. So I thank colleagues for their support, hopefully, for the report.
Thank you very much. I must say, there does seem to be an awful lot going on the roads at the moment, so maybe that's why people aren't being told as much, because there's just so much of it. Right, no one else raised their hands, so shall we vote to support the recommendations that Mike is suggesting? Sorry, did you want?
No, I was just thinking I'm in favour, yes.
Oh, good, Mike. Thank you. Right. Okay, so on to the next one. Item 8, approval of the commissioning plan for the Voyage Learning Campus. Councillor Gibbons.
Yes, thank you. Right, so we're being asked today to approve a commissioning plan for a new secondary pupil referral unit at the Voyage Learning Campus, which will be built at Locking Head Drive in Weston-super-Mare. So, put simply, this is about replacing a school that we have which is no longer fit for purpose. The current site at Old Mixon is in an industrial unit, and I visited with Councillor Tristram. I visited a few times, and to be fair, the school have done a fantastic job in making that space welcoming and functional. But the truth is, it has poor lighting, limited outdoor space. There are safeguarding concerns, and the ongoing structural issues are not inconsiderable. It's not an ideal environment to support vulnerable young people who have a range of special needs, behavioural, emotional, educational. They don't necessarily get the best outcomes in a space that doesn't deliver the optimum ability to thrive and feel safe. And continuing to use it risks outcomes both in terms of value for money and for the young people. At the same time, we recognise that demand for this kind of provision is rising. There are more complex needs and greater pressure on alternative provision, and the current site cannot expand to meet the demand. Therefore, this proposal before you aims to address both problems. It will deliver a purpose-built facility with a capacity for around 60 pupils compared to the roughly 40 today. It'll have academic, vocational, therapeutic spaces and outdoor learning areas. I mean, I won't go on too long because I know you will have read the report and it's all clearly set out there. But these facilities will be specifically designed for this cohort, and that will enable us to have an earlier intervention and outreach, helping prevent escalation and reducing exclusions. So, financially, the cost is 16.2 million, and as you've seen in the paper, that's due to be funded through a mix of government grants, developer contributions, and previously agreed borrowing. Importantly, this investment is expected to reduce long-term costs by avoiding the expensive out-of-area placements, transport, and these are areas which currently cost significantly more per pupil. Timeline aims for completion by March 2029. Of course, there are risks around timing, funding, planning, and delivery, but these have been identified, and you will have seen from the risk register in the report that mitigations are in place. There will be many further consultations, including statutory consultations on the relocation, and of course, it will need planning approval. Members should also note that using this site for alternative provision instead of a primary school has been carefully assessed. We are confident that primary demand can be met through the expansions of nearby schools. Ultimately, for me, this is about meeting our statutory duty to provide suitable education for some of our most vulnerable children, and doing so in a way that is safe, inclusive, and sustainable. This proposal aligns with all of our wider priorities, obviously, improving outcomes, reducing inequality, and investing in our communities. You might say, what are some of the big strategic questions? One of them being, what happens if we don't approve this? Well, we would continue in a building not fit for purpose, with increasing risks to safety and outcomes. We'd also face rising costs from out-of-area placements. In short, doing nothing is both more expensive and a lot worse for young people. So I keep coming back to the three anchors of this paper. What we have is not fit for purpose now. Our demand is rising, and this will deliver better outcomes and better long-term value. I'm happy to take any questions, but I sincerely hope you will approve this and accept the 4 recommendations, which are to approve the commissioning plan, to approve the initial budget within the capital programme, to approve the contract processes for the design and consultation, and to note the next stage of the projects are outlined below. There's the procurement plan for the design, May 26, and the appointment of an employer's agent and design and build contractor by September, October 26. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. That was very clear. Can I have a seconder, Joe? Joe's going to second it. And does anyone want to ask questions or make comments? Joe.
Comment, not a question. I'm very much in favour of this. I'm also impressed with the level of good detail that there is in this, as Catherine has described. I visited the school as it exists at the moment, and the children who have to go there, they don't choose to go there, and their parents don't choose for them to go there, deserve much, much better than they've got at the moment. And it looks as if we will be able to do this in the new site. So this is a really excellent plan. And the way we have found the money to do it at a time when we know that we don't, in general terms, have the money, is also to be commended. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Any other comments? Anybody want to ask Catherine any more questions? Tom?
Just a quick one around what's the provision for like public transport and stuff around that area? Because obviously it's an upcoming development at the moment. Just concerns about how do staff at the moment get from where they are currently working? Is there going to be that kind of provision?
Yeah, we've discussed that at some length. I think it came up because obviously the officers brought this to this children and young people's panel as well as other relevant scrutiny panels. And it's very much similar to the sort of transport arrangements we currently have, where a lot of the children would be coming in on a minibus, and that's what happens currently. Yes, yeah, indeed. I think it will be a lot easier at this new location than it currently is. If you know the old Mixon site, as we do, it's a bit of a problem for any sort of parking or toing and froing. So I hope that will be a positive. Thank you for that, anyway. And I just want to say, with this opportunity, which I didn't earlier, to thank Claire Shields and all of the team for the producing of this very clear report and all the work that's gone into it, and for all the councillors who attended the briefings. So thank you.
Thank you. Right, let's have a vote then. All those in favour of supporting Catherine's recommendations? And that's carried. Thank you very much. We're doing really well this evening, and when you look at the agenda and the items on it, it just shows the different breadth of things that we cover in North Somerset. And I think very exciting one next, an update on the Metro West Phase 1B. And Mike, again, I hope your voice is holding up.
Thank you very much. So, colleagues, this report updates Council on the latest cost and funding position for Metro West Phase 1B, which we keep calling it, but obviously what we mean is the project to reopen the Portishead line with stations at Portishead and Pill through to Bristol. The key piece of information is that now, following a robust competitive tender process by Network Rail, who are leading the operational delivery of the project and the necessary commercial negotiations, we've now got what is hopefully going to be the latest and final project cost. So it's moved from 182 million to 196.9 million. This is obviously a significant increase, and so it's important that we bring this report to Council just so that we're completely transparent about the position. But of course, colleagues will remember that the good news is that as part of the agreement for additional funding that we secured with our partners from the West of England Combined Authority, the increased project costs are being met in full by the Department for Transport. So this report is really a technical report about adding that increased budget spend to our capital programme. So we're not asking for any additional local contribution tonight, but simply to reflect the updated financial profiling and capital programme. The project obviously remains strategically important to the council. Practical work on sites is already well underway, and we're confident that this scheme will be delivered in good time over the next 18 months or so. In fact, you know that something's become real when my inbox from Portishead and Pill has shifted from when will you be building the railway station to why is the roadwork so disruptive. So I take that as a positive sign and a sign of success. Members will also want to be reassured that, dare I say, unlike some items that we've got on the agenda this evening, we've got real cost certainty over this as well, because we've got agreement from the Department for Transport that they are owning the risk around any future cost escalations. So should further issues arise or cost pressures arise, again, it will be the Department for Transport that will be picking up the bill. So I'm happy to propose the recommendations and ask for support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Right, is there a seconder? I thought there might be. And we know which area from, which is brilliant. Okay, so I think Caritas's hand went up first, so certainly went up the highest. So that's great. Okay, does anyone want to make any comments? Jenna. Oh, Jenna. Yeah.
Thank you very much for this. And every time we have a Peel Portishead Railway paper coming to council, I always feel, as the Peel ward member, to say thank you very much for the investment and to all the officers involved in this, because my residents are absolutely delighted to see this happen. However, I do have an additional comment. We have had a fantastic engagement event from officers that was organised on the 31st of March, which I attended. At this engagement event, I understood that there were only going to be 10 cycle stands provided at the station. So this is a village of 5,000 people, and if we have a local plan playing out as perhaps is on paper right now, we will have almost double the number of residents in this area wanting to use the rail. We want them to use the train. We want them to use active travel. With 10 cycle stands, that's not quite, so 20 bikes, that's not quite enough, allowing for growth. So I am asking if I could please seek some assurance from you and the team that we really join up with our local plan. And I understand from my colleague Anmika and others that there is a very detailed bit of work on really trying to make sure the strategic development at our growth areas is cycle friendly and walking friendly. So we don't get double the number of cars on the road squashed into Peel. That would be awful. So please can I get some assurance on that? Thank you.
Something to be looked at, I think. Thank you. Okay. Anybody else want any? Tom?
Yeah, obviously I understand inflation's gone up and everything, but I've been watching this a little bit, and it seems like every time the cost goes up and we get more money from the government, the spec of what we're getting comes down a little bit. So I just wanted to bring the attention kind of around the accessibility of the station and actually how user-friendly these are going to be. Because the initial plans that were given were, nice canopy stations and very accessible. And I feel like we've lost a few of those bits as the time has gone on, just to save money and cut costs. And I'm just wondering about, has that changed the impact assessment for people with disabilities to be able to use those stations? I know that actually around Peel and Portishead that there's areas with lack of pavements to be able to walk to the stations, few numbers of disability bays, and like I say, with the shelters now being, basically bus shelters on the station platform rather than canopies, they're not 100%, accessible all the time. What's going to be done to kind of mitigate that? Are we going to be looking at boosting this future when we have the money, or is this going to be once it's done, it's done?
Thanks, Tom. Anyone else? No, Mike, have you got answers for those?
Yeah. Well, I mean, whether people like them, I've got answers. Thanks, Jenna. Yep, really important point, and particularly reflecting, obviously, the growth that's anticipated in the Peel area. I'm tempted to say the greater Peel area. Perhaps you should go for a rebrand and see if we can attract some more funding. Really valid point. Clearly, the links to the infrastructure delivery plan and the wider transport plans that we've got need to be tied in. I would definitely, and it turns to Tom's point as well, actually, that I would definitely consider what we're delivering as part of this scheme to be the minimum and the starting position, not the end position. And I know that the active travel team are already looking at what is it going to look like in the future, how will we ensure that accessibility is as good as possible for cyclists and pedestrians. So definitely let's keep talking about that and see what we can deliver from day one and in the future. And then Tom, you're absolutely right. I mean, you kind of answered your own question to a degree in terms of the cost pressures. We've got a combination. The reality is that for most major schemes now, we're doing both having to find more money, whether that's from our own resources or whether that's from grant funding or government funding, and value engineering, so effectively reducing the scope of what we're delivering. Such are the cost pressures on the public sector at the moment, we're having to do a bit of both, so that's why it does feel like we're spending more and reducing the scope of the scheme. The stations will be delivered to meet Network Rail's required standards under the new Great British Rail accessibility framework, and the government has said it's really committed to investing more in accessibility. So I'm sure again that that's something where this is the minimum that's going to be delivered as part of the scheme, but we will look to do more in the future with our partners. And we know that across the rail network, there's much more that needs to be done around accessibility. We've got a lift coming into Weston-super-Mare Station, which is fantastic, but it's been talked about for a long time and still not yet actually delivered. We know that Nailsea-Backwell obviously urgently needs interventions, so we're continuing to push Network Rail to do more and the government to invest.
Thank you. And I can't help saying at this point, I hope Nails's turn will come. Right. Okay, let's take a vote then on Mike's recommendations. All those in favour? Carried. Thank you very much, councillors. Right. Scrutiny annual reports to councils from our chairpersons of policy and scrutiny committees. Councillor Bird, you got something that you would like to say, or just to note it?
I was expected to be last, but there you go.
Oh, on my papers you're first. It's probably
okay. On my paper I'm last.
Order.
Just to point out, the major point of discussion is still the local plan, and just to note everything else. If nobody's got any questions.
Thank you very much. I think we've all read it, so there's no problem. Steve?
Likewise for noting, Chair.
Yeah,
happy to answer
questions. Thank you very much. Nothing to comment. And Helen, did you want to add anything?
The only thing I really want to add is just to encourage all the different political groups to make sure they send their full complement of councillors to all scrutiny committees. So when we reallocate in May, which is the last year of this administration, it would be really nice to see full scrutiny committees. I don't know what the other chairs think, but certainly for health scrutiny, we're quite low on numbers. And it's 3 meetings a year. In terms of health scrutiny, Thursday afternoon at 2 o'clock, so just make sure whoever you allocate can attend those meetings. Thanks.
Thanks, Helen. I think that's probably a good point. Bridget, did you want to come in on something that was mentioned? Okay, so Joe, have you got anything to add to your report?
I don't have anything to add to the report. We've had, I would say, in children's services, a good year when we've been able to deliver and propose and scrutinise a lot of very positive things.
Thank you very much. Right, Bridget.
So, as a contributor to the HOSP panel and to other panels in the past, committees panels, I'm also on PESC, I think, at the moment. I think it's really important that the role of policy and scrutiny committees is massively important in our organisation and in local democracy. And I just noted that on page 141, where Councillor Tristram mentioned that when a good number of councillors come together, as per Councillor Thornton, that good quality discussion and critical thinking and the development of policy can happen. But that environment needs to be facilitated. And while it can be interesting when officers bring reports for noting, actually, I don't think reports for noting is what delivers genuine policy and genuine scrutiny and challenge. And so I feel like, having attended meetings for a number of years, sometimes they're massively productive, and I will still say that the setting up of NSEC and the work we did on good governance around that remains a stellar piece of work that a number of us participated in, about good process and good policy. And I do appreciate that we are tight on time, we have big ambitions, and we are tight on an officer resource. However, I still am going to say that I believe that our policy and our scrutiny committees can do more, develop more, contribute more to policy shaping and scrutiny if we are spoken to at the right time in the process. And I respect the limits of capacity, but I would say that when I see this room of people who are all elected here to represent our communities, I know that we are here, many of us and most of us, to shape the legacy of this organisation through shaping policy. And I just hope that all the officers and others and councillors who come to those meetings come with that open mind that we are in that room to shape something for the better and not just tick a box to say a report needs noting. So I just want to air that because it feels like now is a good time to talk about the annual use of those committees to shaping progress for our organisation. Thank you.
Well, it's a useful reminder. Thank you very much indeed. So, right, we know those policies. Oh, Caritas, yes, you had your hand up, sorry.
It was only to offer Joe some help. I work in my day job in making policy and scrutiny fun and interactive and not deaf by PowerPoint. So if he fancies it, I'm more than happy to meet up with him and think of some original ways of doing things.
Thank you, Caritas. Councillor Shopland.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The Scrutiny Committee's panels play an important part, but they are toothless. They can debate, they can discuss, they can recommend, and that's the end of it. But they should have some power when they extremely disagree with something, that for argument's sake, they could refer it to council, because a scrutiny committee that has no power to stop anything in a final thing is utterly a waste of time. It's just a talking shop. And I've been on too many scrutiny panels that I know what I'm talking about.
Thank you. And Catherine.
Thanks. I was just going to come back and sort of just highlight that from my point of view as a cabinet member, I found that working with the Children and Young People Scrutiny Panel and the chair and vice chair has been really productive these past few years. I look forward to the exciting innovations Caritas is going to give us for the panel to make it more enjoyable. But I do feel that our regular meetings, you, me, and Claire, and Ben, where we discuss the issues and see where we can find routes to improve policy, have worked. And I know you're coming back with some recommendations about, school absence, not school avoidance, which hopefully will change. And I know that you share my passion for hearing from the families and the young people above all, and we've done a lot of that. So I think over the past year it's been great.
Thank you, Catherine. Ash?
Thank you. I'll be brief. I'm in an unusual position of agreeing simultaneously with Councillor Petty and Councillor Shopland, who might go home wondering whether I've lost the plot or whether they said something inadvertently. But I do agree they can do good work, but they are actually toothless. And what actually I'm reminded of is a proposal that Councillor Bell put out 2 or 3 years ago, which I don't know if it was made public to the general public, but I do believe was vetoed by vested interests by a number of groups. And I would suggest perhaps we should reconsider that, and we should walk the walk rather than just talking about it, and actually make some sacrifices and make our scrutiny better and more powerful.
Thank you very much. Right, food for thought there, I think. Particularly if we are coming to our new year of the last year of this particular group. So let's see if we can make it a really worthwhile year. Okay, so we're going to note those comments and the reports. Item 11, Climate Emergency Action Plan update from Councillor Waite, please.
Thank you very much. This is also for noting, by the way, just saying. But I'm hoping that to all of us, it means a lot more than that. So I wrote a lovely little speech earlier, and I'm looking at it thinking, do you know what, I think I might have to just talk through it rather than read from a piece of paper here. So bear with me, I'll try and wing it. So we all know that we declared a climate emergency in 2019 and that we set a very ambitious goal for North Somerset to become net zero by 2030. As far as I'm concerned, this document reflects that commitment, but at the same time, it also reflects the reality that we are working within today. It's not easy for us. We're still an extremely ambitious council, But it is very difficult to find the funding in this current policy landscape. There just isn't enough funding for us to do all the things that we really want to do. We are very ambitious. We'd love to do a lot more than we are doing, but delivery is very challenging at the moment. So this document is a refresh, and the reason that it's a refresh is because we felt it was really important for us to be realistic and to look through the targets that we'd set ourselves, to check whether after all this time they were still properly focused and that they focused on the right things, but also that they were going to be aligned with the areas where we have the greatest impact. So I won't read you out the things that I've got down here, which are all the wonderful things that we have done in terms of decarbonisation and our plans for expanding and having a large solar farm. You'll have all read it in the document, so I don't think I need to say that. What is important is that we've done all those things. They have been done, they are in the process of being carried out. And alongside this, we are supporting local businesses and we are investing in community-led climate action. And we're working closely and increasingly closely with our partners across the west of England to bring forward regional solutions. The wider benefits of these are to lower our energy costs. And we all know where we are at the moment. The world is not a happy place, and there are lots of people that struggle with their energy costs. So for us as a council to look at ways in which we can bring that down, while at the same time improving air quality, making stronger economies, having more resilient communities, all those things are really, really important. But be clear, we cannot really achieve that 2030 ambition by ourselves. To do that, we need more funding, more policy coming from national government. And in the past, I have written to the government on the request of full council to make it clear that for our climate adaptation, we need better policy, and more funding. It's not yet forthcoming, but I live in hope. I would also like to say that we are, in the meantime, with this refreshed plan, ensure that we continue to work locally and do what we can, when we can, and really to go as far as the conditions allow. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to digress ever so slightly at this point, but bear with me because it does come back to the point. Tomorrow is Earth Day, and Earth Day is a day to celebrate everything that is wonderful about our planet. This year's theme is Our Power and Our Planet. Now, that word power can be interpreted in many different ways. You can talk about the power that heats your home, that gets your car to drive, that gets us wherever we want to go. It also means the power that we have in our hands and within our communities to do things where people really, really feel they can make a difference. My little community in Dundry, very small though we are, we always punch above our weight when it comes to doing things. And for a number of years, we've held Earth Day festivals. We organise speakers who come. We have a huge big festival. It's a really, really big day. Lots of free talks that are available to anyone. The reason I'm saying this is not, to advertise it, except for the one talk that I would love people to come to. One of our talks this year is done by the Centre for Sustainable Energy, and it's called Beyond Oil: Smarter Energy for Older Rural Homes. Now, I don't know about you, but many of us come from rural communities, and we have very large proportions of our communities that have oil heating, that cannot afford to fill their tanks, that are really struggling with their heating bills and have done. If you could advertise that talk, please get some people to come to Dundry to come and talk to the Centre for Sustainable Energy. They have excellent ideas about how things can be done differently. I think it's really important, more so than ever, that no one's going to get lost finding us. Dundry Church is a landmark in North Somerset. We may be small, but you can't get lost finding it. Keep your eye on the hilltop and you'll see the church. So no chance of anyone getting lost there. So I want to now go back to my very last little paragraph here, which is basically to say an awful lot of hard work has gone into producing all these reports. The officers have worked extremely hard. They're a tiny team. They punch well above their weight. And so I'm extremely grateful to them for all the work they do in very difficult circumstances. I think it's a good report. We may not all be happy with how much progress we have made, but I think it's exceptional that they've done the things that they have done, and I'm very grateful. So I'm asking you to note this report and the progress that we've made so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Annemieke. Some good points made there, and I think we'll all be thinking about our planet tomorrow, because when we saw those photographs from space from Artemis, my goodness me, we live on a wonderful, wonderful planet, and we are so lucky to be here. And we're not here forever, so we need to look after it. So thank you very much. Okay, right. Sorry, comments. Yes. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Waite. You were very gracious and recently visited me in Cleveland and spent some very good time talking about your work, which I was very appreciative of. I don't necessarily expect an answer to this now, but I would be interested in the light, obviously, of the transformation work that we're doing at the moment, just around the kind of impact of AI that we are using as a council, both on the kind of the ethical side of things, but also how that is reducing our carbon footprint, but also potentially on the other side of it, whether that actually might be increasing some of our carbons that we put out. I'd just be curious for a piece of work on that.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. I'd be really happy to talk to you about. There's an awful lot to talk about in that particular field. Thank you for the question.
Richard?
Well, given we've said we aren't a fan of council reports just for noting, I was wondering whether Councillor Waite would be willing to add a recommendation that was, would you be willing to write to government to ask them whether they remain as committed to action on climate change as we do? As you've said, we made that commitment that there is a climate emergency. This is not a forgotten issue. The residents of North Somerset have not forgotten that there is a climate emergency. They are fully aware that the heavy rainfall comes and impacts our lives. And they are very aware when we have droughts for many months and not enough rainfall. As per last year, which I was speaking to a resident this morning who talked about the amount of money he made off just his few fields, which was less because actually it was too dry. So the lives of residents in North Somerset has not forgotten, it's being impacted by climate change today. As Annemieke mentioned, this report says we would do more if we had government support. We would do more if we had the funding to be making these changes. And the clock is still ticking. So would Councillor Waite potentially work with the leader of the council to prepare a letter to ask them if they remain committed, and also to ask them for more support so we can meet our ambitious goals that our residents are demanding of us? Because I believe that this national emergency remains. I'm aware that residents across our district are putting on events about the national briefing, and that is still taking place this month and into next month. And I have community members reaching out to me with regards to that. And I have to say that last month, I attended a talk in Nailsea, organised by their community climate action group, regarding peat and storage of carbon in our peatland in the Gordano Valley and the Tickenham Valley. And I just want to commend the Nailsea Climate Action Group for their work. On a Saturday night, nearly 100 people came out to hear about the fantastic work that North Somerset Council is doing alongside Avon Wildlife Trust, alongside our local farmers. We are working together, we are making a difference, but we need to do more. And so I'll ask Annemieke if she could shift this work, and amazing work that we have a very small amount of officers doing. If we hear about the amount of officers and team and money involved in the adult services, the housing services, the children's services, we have less than 5 staff working on climate change, like with that in their title. But this is all of our futures, and that's a lot resting on a very few people's shoulders. So I'd still like to say as well that I'd like to see more detail in the climate sections of the reports in the rest of this whole agenda, because I'm seeing paragraphs, but I'm not seeing real depth of commitment and depth of action. I'm seeing kind of tick box comments, but I'd like to see more. So I'm going to keep challenging us to go even further. I'm unfortunately looking at the chief exec and saying we can do more. But thank you, and I hope that you might say yes to that.
Over to you, Annemieke.
I'm more than happy to do that. I've no problem with that. And if Mike is in agreement, we can talk that through together and get something out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that would be very welcome. Right, has everyone had their say about the climate change? Okay. Public health then next, and also a very important part of our lives. So Public Health Nursing Commissioning Plan from Councillor O'Maris, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. So this is a straightforward paper. It is about approving the 0 to 19 Public Health Nursing Service Commissioning Plan. So this is the commissioning plan to then create a procurement plan, which will then be approved by the Director of Public Health. So public health nursing is effectively, it's health visiting, which is led by health visitors, and it's school nursing, which is evident. Health visiting is where you, broadly, is where you have 5 visits by a qualified health visitor to children, babies, under the age of 2.5. So 5 visits, and if the families need more support, there is an opportunity for up to 25 visits for that family, which is really essential for some. I would call public health nursing and health visiting basically one of the sort of greatest hits of public health in this country, in the world actually. It's, if you've got the other greatest hits being, of course, things like stopping teen pregnancy, stopping smoking, sun safety, town planning, but this is something that has unequivocal research showing that the return on investment is, it's at least, if every £1 spent, you get £4 to £14 return. But also, if you look at the outcomes for children, the cost of health visiting for a child over the course of that one child's experience is £200, maybe up to £700 if it's the more intense version, 25 visits. You compare it to costs for children, interventions later in their life, and we've heard this many times in council, so it is undoubtedly one of the successes. And one of the great things is that we are funded by government. This is something that is part of the ring-fenced public health grant. So yeah. So I think it's something that we should be very grateful for and celebrate. On the funding point, this paper shows that it would be a commissioning plan for up to 10 years and approximately £4 million per year based on the current contract, which is held by Serona. The public health grant at the moment is £12.7 million this coming year, which is 5% of the budget. And so 4 million out of about 12 million is quite a big part of our budget. But for the time being, it is covered, it is ring-fenced, so that is something that is important. Finally, just on the commissioning plan, what's important about this, it's following the provider selection regime, and this just means that it does not have to go to a required competitive tender. There's other ways of doing it. The government changed a number of years ago when previously everything had to be by competitive tender, but now you can choose a more sensible route depending on the market conditions and also the consultation that you've carried out in preparing that. The most important part of this is the consultation. So that's detailed in section 4, and we have detailed a number of areas, organizations, officers, etc., that we would engage with to understand what's going well, what's not going so well, and how we can improve. And I think this is really, really essential to developing that procurement plan, and I'm really keen that anyone who's interested can get in touch and also just participate in this process. So, yeah, and I think the last thing to point out is just to be interested in health visiting and public health nursing, especially in your area. I think it's something that even though we would commission a provider to do, it's important that we have oversight publicly, which this paper details. Would come to health review and scrutiny and also children's scrutiny, which is really important. But for example, this past few years in Pill, we realized that public health visiting, the baby hubs, had stopped during COVID and had not come back, and it wasn't really understood why this happened, but with the help of officers and the local residents, we were able to understand that because we've had, well, there was no baby hub in Pill, but actually baby weights were actually lower than average, and this was a concern. And so with a bit of attention, we were able to get Baby Hub started again. So I do welcome input and interest from ward members to find out what people need and what they have. I think that's really important. So, in summary, I would ask that you approve these recommendations for the Public Health and Nursing Services Commissioning Plan, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And a seconder, please. Dan. Caritas.
It's just related to the sort of Healthy Child programme and additional pressures. A while ago, I read a report on the challenges facing young people who were entering education during the COVID period and the issues of mental health with regards to socialisation and development of those people who would now be around about the sort of 9-10 years old level. Within the plans, is there any sort of extra consideration for that generation who have been identified as having quite high emotional and mental health support needs in some areas?
Thank you very much for pointing this out. I think this is something for the procurement plan. So absolutely, this is something that should be taken into account in that consultation process. I'm hearing what you're saying as well now. So yeah, so thank you for that.
Ash.
Yes. Sorry. Yeah, thank you. I've got a question really, because the one word that seems to miss from this is transformation. And I ask that because although I accept your point that it's coming from the government, we know the financial pressure from government means we're not going to get a big lump, probably more money for public health. So the more we can be efficient in this contract, the more money we get to spend elsewhere on public health. But also there's another challenge within public health, and particularly health visitors and school nurses, about recruitment and a lack of training and the pipeline and retention. So it seems to me that that's going to be pretty fundamental in terms of in the procurement process, and yet it doesn't seem to be mentioned. So I wonder what your reflections on that were, to make sure that when we structure the procurement, we not only get really good value for money, we start doing things differently, focusing our effort where it's most needed, but also perhaps are very cognizant of the potential crisis in the number of health visitors, and what we do that to make sure that our children are looked after.
Thank you. Catherine.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just going to mention that obviously as a fellow member of the Health and Wellbeing Board, I'm fully cognizant of all these plans. I just wanted to reflect that this is a perfect example of how children's services and health work closely and smoothly together. And I'm thinking that the other week we invited our local MP, Dan Aldridge, to visit the Best Start in Life Family Hub at the Healthy Living Centre. And he was able to meet not only the staff of the Children's Centre, but also our health colleagues there, and understand exactly how working together, getting the right services in those places where people need them at the earliest point, is going to be transformative for many families. So I welcome the fact that we are able to work together. I just think, as Caritas has pointed out, that there are some areas that we really do need to focus on, and mental health is clearly one of them with young people. So thanks.
Thank you. Have you got anything else you wanted to add with the comments you've heard?
Thank you, Chair. So maybe just in response to Ash's point about transformation, I could not agree with you more. I think this is an opportunity to improve and change the way we do things. I think it was a little bit surprising that we haven't had a public scrutiny of the public health nursing contract up until us talking about it now, even though it's been quite a big contract going on for quite a while, although there has been monthly reviews by officers, but it hasn't actually been brought to scrutiny. So I think that's something that we want to rectify. And I get your point about the numbers of health visitors. For example, there's a national figure that I read today that it's been going down. It went by 2015, it was actually 11,000. In 2023, it was 6,500. We're losing 500 a year, just very much like similar to the nursing profession as well, and other care professions. So that's a huge worry. I also recall some work that the SIPS panel has been doing on social workers, on how we recruit and train and support them into the profession and in working with the council. So yes, I absolutely would welcome a transformation mindset of doing things. I think there's something also, no, I think that's probably, I'll leave it at that. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Certainly those early years are very important for the rest of your life. You know, what happens in those very early years can have such a marked effect for the future. So fingers crossed that we do get things right. Okay, so let's move for the vote then to accept the recommendations before us. All those in favour? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Okay, now, this very long report before us was the adoption of North Somerset and Mendip BAT SAC supplementary planning document. I didn't realise how much there was to learn about bats, and I loved the photographs. I thought some of them were absolutely fantastic. And I still don't understand how they hang upside down. They don't seem to be clinging on to anything. But anyway, it was a very interesting report. So, Councillor Waite, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, this is the updated North Somerset and Mendip BAT's Special Area of Conservation Supplementary Planning Document, which is a bit of a mouthful, but I think that's only right because it's 300 pages long. So a document that's that long deserves a very long title. I'm not going to call it a supplementary planning document. I'm going to call it an SPD. Sorry about that. So this SPD, I thought this was a really exciting piece of work. I, like you, was very excited all the way through. I've obviously been learning about it for the last 3 years. It's been a long time in the making. But this SPD provides updated guidance to support our existing planning policies. And it ensures that development across North Somerset is going to properly protect the greater and lesser horseshoe bat. This is a species of international importance, and we're an area of international importance in North Somerset. So this document is not a nice to have. It's a legal duty under the habitat regulations, which ensures that development does not adversely affect those protected sites, and that we can demonstrate that beyond reasonable scientific doubt, and that is the important bit. The SPD is not about stopping development. It's about enabling it to come forward in a different way, but in a way that is compliant and sustainable, and as a result of that, will be less likely to face delay or challenge. A lot of research has gone into this with the University of the West of England and with Natural England, and the outcomes of that have shown that these bat species, I'm sure that you've all read 300 pages, but I'm going to tell you anyway, there may be a test after this, which shows that these bat species are travelling further to forage than we thought they were. And that means that the area that we need to protect is larger than it used to be. And this is particularly around important for us to have this guidance around consultation zones so that we can put in proper mitigations when we do look at planning applications. And that those areas are now updated to reflect the reality of where the bats fly. Now, I understand that there are concerns about this. People worried that this is going to slow down development, but that is not what we are intending to do, and that should not be the outcome of this. What this SPD does is provide greater clarity and consistency and certainty. It sets out very clearly what is expected in terms of surveys and mitigation, issues such as lighting, and design schemes must be done properly from the outset, and if they're done from the outset, it makes the planning process easier. And you don't have to go back time and time again and say, well, you haven't checked this bit, or you haven't done that bit. So this is intended to make things smoother and more clear for developers. It also introduces more flexible solutions. And one of the things that we're introducing with this is our North Somerset Nature Park approach, which means that those developers that cannot have mitigation arranged on-site can actually have an off-site delivery, and that would benefit our nature park where we are protecting the area for bats. Without this clarity, we actually risk completely the opposite. If we don't have this clarity, if we didn't have this new SPD, it would mean developers would be more uncertain, there would be more delays, and there would be a much higher likelihood of applications being either challenged or refused on legal grounds. So this document has, as I said, it's been a very long time in the making. The research took ages, and then it's been extensively consulted with developers, with agents, with environmental groups, and with residents. And it has been refined. It's been a proper learning exercise, that. It's been refined in response to that feedback. So this SPD is about getting the balance right, supporting sustainable development, and at the same time protecting our internationally important habitats and make sure that we meet our legal requirements as a planning authority. Right, so a huge amount of work has gone into the development of this SPD, and I really want to put on record my thanks to the officers and the consultants who've worked extremely hard to write this document. You can imagine 300 pages of a document, the many, many other hours that have gone into pulling it all together. I think it's a very comprehensive document. I'm really proud of this. I think it's a very good document, and I'm asking members to please support this and approve the adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there a seconder for the recommendations? Yes, we've got several. Shall we say Tom? Okay. And is there comments that people would like to make? Oh, Wendy, your hand went straight up, very keen.
Having had the tour of the works at Banwell Bypass, as quite a number of us did, I think, but I also went as part of the IDB. It's obvious that developers can manage the back corridors because they've got a wonderful system by the new Banwell Bypass where they've got an acoustic fences for the backs to fly along so they don't get lost. I think it's a great document. I think planners need to take good notice of it, and I think we need to totally support it.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Councillor Thornton? Helen?
Yeah, I suppose I wanted to ask if there's any way we can all go out and see some of these bats, because I found it all quite fascinating, to be honest. I mean, I have to admit, though, I did skim the report. I know that's a terrible thing to admit, isn't it? But it was quite a lot of pages. But, you know, if that could be arranged, I'd definitely be up for that. I imagine other councillors would as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Did you say Tom? Tom? Subtitles.
Yeah, I just thought it would be worth commenting that obviously we all have these lovely maps and lovely photos that bang in the middle of this is Bristol Airport, and causes significant disruption to these bats and their habitats and how they live. So with the significance of the application for them coming forward, I think it would be worth that people just, you know, are clued up on this and have a understanding of what that style of development can do to our ecosystem and specifically the bats.
Thank you. And Joe?
Thank you. I certainly am very happy with the report. I've just become aware of the government consulting on a scheme where developers would be invited to pay into a pot, probably to do with Natural England, where they then don't have to consult on how to mitigate for bats, as they have the possibility of doing for great-crested newts. And this being the case, that we should make representations that doesn't happen. But because we have this tremendous population of bat developers, as they are required to now, continue to be required to make proper mitigations for them.
Thank you. Bridget?
Yes, so Brackwell is very close to one of the main roosts at Brockley Hall, and we, as an area, are known as some of the foraging area, so juvenile. So I think I've been covering this a long time while having planning applications come thick and fast to the Backwell area. So Helen, definitely come up Backwell Way, because we have bat walks, and I've done one in Portishead actually a few years ago as well. What I really liked about the work that has gone on with our research around our bat use, our bats that exist in our area, is the citizen science element. So basically, community members have been asked to collect a piece of equipment from the local library that they then take to a place to capture data that has, it's been recording materials so that then we can hear the different noises of the different bats that are in our area. And I just think that when we gather science in that way and evidence in that way, it's a real depth of knowledge, but it also brings together our residents and we can feel part of our community. Are you going to talk about the number of different species? Maybe. Well, okay, so, and I just say that I think it's, I think it is critically important that we continue to make sure that there are mitigations for the different species of bats that we have in our area, and that's one of the positives that I've seen in that is the fact that, and I've mentioned it before in council meeting, but that you need grazing cattle because that creates the food for the juvenile bats and the bats, and I think that's good for our diversity of our landscapes, and it has to be organic grazing cattle. So again, good things for our landscape and our nature.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you. To follow on from Bridget about the citizen science bit, I chaired a site meeting back in the 1980s at Brockley Hall for a development there. And the interesting thing is the best person to find to come along to advise on the bats at that point was a docker from Bristol Docks. He went on to teach an awful lot of Bristol students about the greater horseshoe bats in the area, and also organised a citizen science project to clear out the mines in and around Kingswood, because various people had thought these holes in the ground are a very good place to get rid of the waste from their commercial dog kennels. Now, if ever there's citizen science working well, it's people getting together to do that. And that's it. And I really think it is a good job. I've actually got the bat recorder at my place next week. I've had it for the last few years, and it is fascinating, and that bit of citizen science. But to be a bit negative on what Tom said about worrying about Bristol Airport, we've got to remember, these have been here for hundreds of years. The airport has been there for quite a long time as well. The one thing that really worries me with the change is something Bridget mentioned, and that's the organic farming bit. Because when you start feeding your cattle ivermectin regularly, you don't produce dung beetles, not only for a couple of weeks, but for years. And that is the key. And I noticed in the Gordano Valley, around Clapton Church, there used to be an awful lot higher population. The dairy farm has closed, and it's gone over to horses. So I think that's what we've got to watch. But I fully support this, even though it's been annoying to me to have to worry about my lighting for a barn conversion I've applied for. But I hope it will help when I ask Amanika to please not allocate the bit of green belt below Western Bigwood with its connection to the Gordano Valley.
Thank you. I think it's amazing, the wealth of knowledge and experience that we have in this room. I think it's absolutely fantastic. Catherine.
Yeah, I'll just be quick. I do remember that work you talked about, Councillor Burden, in 1988, when I was still working at the University in Bristol. So I remember all that. And I remember a lot of citizen science projects in Bristol, particularly on Brandon Hill, around bats, and how amazing it is that these species can survive and thrive in quite challenging environments. I just wanted to highlight that in advance of your bringing this paper, I did read through the North Somerset Biodiversity SPD document for 2024, and I think this is a great piece of work that you've added to this. And just to highlight that there are a large number of other species that we have to consider and worry about in our planning, not least slow worms, which are a protected species. And I had to encounter difficulties around that one of our children's services planning applications, and not being able to do anything until a certain phase of their development had passed. So I think it's really important that we refresh our knowledge about all the different species on the back of this. And thank you again for that, because I loved reading it, and I am keen on bats.
Right, thank you. And Dan?
I'd just be quick, since my neighbour here kind of threw me on the bus slightly. But we are, as Annemieke mentioned, we are a nationally important area for bats, as it says in this report. 16 out of 17 breeding species of bats in the UK live in North Somerset and the wider Somerset area. That does make us quite unique in this area. My colleagues in Yatton will know the work of YACWAG, so Yatton and Congsbury Wildlife Action Group. I fully welcome any members who'd like to come on a bat walk with myself and Councillor Thornton at some point in the Kingswood or another area to see the wonderful species we have in this area. And notes for members who do sit on planning like myself, these things do come to us quite regularly, and it's very important that we protect these areas, because if we don't, those species kind of die out, and that's very much on us when that happens. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Dan. Right, I think that's everyone that wanted to make a contribution, so you want to come back to you, yeah.
Just very quickly. yes, to the bat walks, definitely I'll come with you. I'd love that too. Joe, yes, I will keep an eye on that, and I will speak to the team about that particular issue in planning. I want to come back on the citizen science, because it was very remiss of me to not talk about the citizen science, because we actually do that in schools now. Our team is now involved in bringing that citizen science, those bat recorders, to primary schools in North Somerset, so they are fully part of the citizen science project. And like Councillor Burton, I've had a bat recorder in my garden for the last 3 years, and it's amazing. Actually, it's because my neighbours, my house was built in an old quarry. My neighbours have a cave, a bat cave, a proper big walk-in bat cave. And so, I'm not kidding, so I have bats flying over my garden all the time. So I found it incredibly exciting to have a bat recorder in my garden. I've already booked mine again for this year. But the citizen science in schools is brilliant. It's just been announced a couple of weeks ago. It was in our news, and so I'm really excited about that, and I will definitely come on that bat walk with you all. And thank you all for your comments. Thank you.
I can see that a lot of social arrangements are being made at this meeting tonight, which is absolutely fantastic because there's a purpose to it. Okay, so are we going to vote for the recommendations that Councillor Waite has brought before us? Hands up, please. And that's carried. Absolutely fantastic. We're doing really well so far. Everything very positive. Let's keep it that way. Corporate parenting next.
Thank you. Yeah, I will speak a little bit to this because we've got a bit of time. Sometimes I'm told it's just for noting and I shouldn't say anything, but I will. So, as you know, I always bring something to you all at every full council because we are all corporate parents and we have a chat in the team to think about what area you might be interested in. So today we're here to talk about kinship care. I'm sure you've all read the paper and you're well aware that this refers to when children can no longer live with their parents. So it's often grandparents, aunts, older siblings, or even close friends of the family who step in quietly, without any fuss, and sometimes at great personal cost, to their own lives, especially if you're a grandparent and you thought you were going to have an easy life, you suddenly are looking after young children. But they keep those children safe, loved, and connected to their family. And we know that children always do better when they can remain within their family network, so they can keep up those relationships and have a lot of stability, which they wouldn't have at this, what is often a time of great stress and upheaval. And understanding that is increasingly becoming part of the national direction of travel. The government has made clear through its recent kinship care strategy and the wider children's social care reforms that keeping children within their families whenever it's safe to do so must be a priority. There's a clear shift towards earlier intervention, stronger family networks, and better support for kinship carers. In North Somerset, we're very much already part of that picture. Dozens of families are caring for over 40 children through kinship arrangements today. And this report, I hope, shows you how we have worked hard to make sure that kinship carers have recognition and support, which they deserve. Gone are the days in the past, not necessarily here, but in other areas, where taking on the responsibilities as a family member, which had the same responsibilities as a foster carer, didn't get the same backing. That's not the case. We know kinship carers are central to how we care for our vulnerable children. And we back that up with practical support, financial assistance, training, dedicated teams, and ongoing help when things become more permanent. So, as we are serious about early intervention and about reducing the number of children entering care and improving outcomes, we can see that investing in kinship care isn't optional, it's essential. And this report outlines how North Somerset is doing that support through their comprehensive offer, which I think is detailed quite clearly by the officers who prepared the report for me. We offer stability for children and practical emotional support for carers. Not just the financial support, in line with foster carers, also the dedicated social work teams and the kinship team support, as well as access to training and personal development. There are peer networks, other support groups, and Initiatives like our Mockingbird hubs all help, alongside training opportunities. And throughout it, the children are supported in education, health, and with our trauma-informed services. We also promote long-term stability through routes such as special guardianship orders, with ongoing support and practical and financial support, I would say. So this is all part of a whole council partnership approach, which is focused on inclusive and family-based care. And like all the corporate parenting reports I bring to council, I don't see this as just a report to note. It's very much a statement of the kind of council we are and the kind of corporate parents we want to be. We recognise and support those who step up for our children when it matters most. And today we are recognising kinship carers as central to our system, a vital part of how we support vulnerable children. It shows how we're backing that up and offering the ongoing help for those who take on this long-term care. We are already in sync with where the whole system is heading nationally in making sure that kinship carers are properly recognised and supported. Because every time a child can remain safely within a family network, we aren't just reducing pressure on the system, we are giving that child a stronger foundation to thrive and succeed in the future. And that's what really matters. So I'm thanking you for your attention and the fact that I know you will have read the report, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Catherine. It's a very, very important point you made there. You know, we're very lucky if we have supportive families to look after us, and for those who don't, we want to give them the best of care. We're going to move on to question time now, and it's been suggested to me that perhaps we should have a little bit of a break because it's a very long meeting. So I think after question time we will have a short break, and hopefully everybody can come back and be really refreshed. Yes, Peter? Yes. Oh, sorry, you're very eager. Okay, that's fine. Peter, definitely first on the list. Right, anybody else who would like to ask a question, please raise your hand. So we've got Michael Bright, yeah, Bridget, Tom Nicholson. Right, okay, it looks as if we might not have quite as many questions as we sometimes do, which isn't surprising because I think we have covered an awful lot of things this evening. We're going to start with you, Peter, because you were very keen.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a question to Councillor Waite. I emailed you a screenshot I took a while ago, and I'm just wondering if you would be prepared to take further and more detailed investigation, not into the waste system, which I totally accept mistakes happen when people have a miscollection, but what I find really is annoying people dramatically is when they get told by a bot something's going to happen and it doesn't. People would far rather just log a system and see what happened. They're not that happy with the response, so we'll get back to you in 10 days, as I had with one example. But I think the bot is really causing problems. And today I had one of my constituents complain about, or log on to the system on a Friday and report miscollection, and was told it would be dealt with in 2 days. And it hasn't. And of course it wouldn't be. Something has gone wrong with that system, and I think it's annoying. Officers are trying to do their best to sort out the system when we've got a computer unnecessarily annoying our residents. So will you please look into it in detail?
I will absolutely do that, because that certainly isn't what anybody wants. I know that our officers are extremely dedicated, as I know you know as well. And when they hear about something, they try and sort it straight away. And nothing is more infuriating to them than to find out that people are getting the wrong information. So I will absolutely take that up and we'll look into that. I'll get in touch with you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Let's hope that can be resolved. Councillor Petty, Bridget?
Thank you, Chair. Given not many people have asked questions, I do have 2 questions, but maybe I can come back to my second a bit later on. I would like to ask the leader of the council to please whether he would be willing to write to government with regards to the ongoing cost of conflict that is impacting our residents right now. Right now, our residents are finding that the oil prices are going up and up or have plateaued at a very high number. I know I've been keeping an eye on the diesel prices, and I know that impacts our farming communities, those who have crops to harvest, those who have animals to transport. But right now I'm looking on the ONS government website, and in part of Backwell, in the Farley area, 20% of my residents rely on oil as their heating method. So when I hear that the cost of buying to fill their oil tanks has gone from around £500 to £1,200, that is not something that a household can just have budgeted for and prepared for. This conflicts and conflicts that are happening time and again globally, whether it's Ukraine, whether it's Iran, is impacting the lives of our residents across North Somerset. And I believe that we should be asking government not to act in the coming year, but to act now to make sure that the fuel prices that we are paying are reflective of the low-cost renewable energy that we're able to generate from wind, and not tied to things that are happening on the other side of the world. So could I appeal to you to write to the government? I know that actually Ed Miliband said something today in the news, so he must have been reading my mind, about how the pricing really needs to be adjusted. But could I urge you, on behalf of the rural communities of North Somerset, to write and ask for more rapid action? And they know what they have to do, and can we get on with it so that our residents don't continue to see these kind of spikes in their household costs and this cost of these conflicts? Thank you.
Thanks, Bridget. I'm very happy to do that. You make lots of absolutely important points, which I agree with. We know that particularly the issue of delinking electricity and gas prices absolutely makes sense, because at the moment we're seeing electricity prices being driven up by the increase in oil and gas prices when the cost of actually producing the electricity isn't changing. So it's a nonsense. The council is affected by this as well, of course. We spend £2 to £3 million a year on energy. Now, we're fortunate that we often have the benefit of bulk buying and strategic planning that many of our householders don't have. So an important point. I would just remind colleagues that obviously some grant funding has been made available from the government through councils for households that are dependent on oil heating. But to give you a sense of the scale of that, vulnerable households will get a one-off payment of £150 and other households £50. So when you compare that with the sort of price increases that those households have seen, it's just a drop in the ocean, isn't it? So much more needs to be done. So I'm happy to write to the government and ask for that.
Thank you. Michael.
Thank you very much. My question is to Councillor Mallon. North Somerset Council has recently, against the wishes of myself and my residents, cancelled the X7 bus service. At the same time, you've reduced the hours of operation for Westlink to 9 AM to 2 PM Monday to Friday. How would you suggest my residents access vital services such as doctors if they have no bus service and Westlink has stopped operating for the day?
Okay, thank you very much, Michael, for your question. Yes, acknowledge that the X7 has been brought to a close and that there has been the reduction in the Westlink service. We all know that the BSIP programme of money that ran for 4 years has come to a close now, and so the council is working with the bus grant only, a significant change in the funding. That original funding, of course, was there to help us get out of the COVID pandemic and was a lot of money. It was very generous, but it was always coming to an end. It was a 4-year programme, and that was ending, and as you know, it ended in April this year. Westlink was funded by WECA. We could not, as a council, afford to take on all of the routes that was doing previously. Many of those routes, whilst very helpful to people in a lot of different ways, including some many isolated communities, those routes and the numbers of people travelling on them were receiving a really large subsidy, if you like, per ticket, which clearly was not a sustainable position once the BSIP funding came to an end. We're in a review at the moment. That review is ongoing. There will be more changes in September. There will be more changes next year as the service gets refined with the new money with the present money that's available. And we will certainly look to close gaps where there are gaps. You and I have already had an email exchange. I know you've been talking to officers. I'm talking to officers about that. And we will seek to close those gaps. But we have a new reality, and that's what we're dealing with at the moment.
Thank you, Hugh. Councillor Nicholson, Tom.
Thanks. I have a question for Jenna Omaris, which I didn't provide her in advance, but I sent it about 5 minutes ago, so hopefully that's all right. Noting the Public Health Nursing Service and Commissioning Plan reports, which was presented this evening, I have a question about the caseloads of health visitors in North Somerset. The Institute for Health Visiting has this week flagged concerns around caseloads for health visitors in England and have stated that some health visitors in the UK have caseloads of up to 1,000 children each. This was sort of referred to earlier. Caseloads at that level are plainly impossible to manage, and which thus significantly diminish the ability of health visitors to do their important work. My two-part question is, what is the caseload of health visitors in North Somerset? And what do we do as a council to try to make sure that caseloads of health visitors in our area remain deliverable and sustainable? Thank you. Obviously, I wouldn't expect, having sprung that on you, I wouldn't expect an answer tonight. That'd be deeply unreasonable.
Thank you very much, Tom, for that question. I did not know that the caseloads could be that high, and I'm not surprised, actually. I think there's quite a lot of variation across the country. So on the plus side, in North Somerset, we have, I think the data in the paper said that Serona, in this current situation, is hitting their targets of over 90% in all the different areas of health visiting and school nursing in our area. But how do they actually do that, and what is their caseload? I don't know. And I think, so of course, I don't know the answer to that, and I will come back to you. I'm sure officers do, so I will definitely commit to doing that. But I think there's also something in your question which is about how we manage our relationships with the providers that we commission, and how we have that feedback loop of giving them input from delivery of our services, and also understanding from them how we can support and improve their performance as well. I think that's really, really important, and also to make sure that it's reported publicly in a scrutiny forum, so that the public can understand and councillors can understand and feed into that as well. So thank you very much again for your question and your interest, and I'll come back to you on that. Thank you.
And before we come back to Bridget, who wanted to ask a second question, can I just remind people who have asked a question to present it to the clerk in writing so that it can be recorded in the minutes? Okay, I will be very kind to you then and give you another question. Oh, is there somebody else as well? Oh, Wendy. Sorry, Bridget, you're going to have to wait. Wendy must come first.
Yes, thank you. This question is for my neighbour here, for Hugh. We had a very excited time in Yatton last week. We had X1 buses coming through Yatton, which hasn't happened for about 5 years. And some of our residents were very excited. Unfortunately, road closures are causing a problem. And this week, we've got one of our major roads, Clavering Road, closed. And so our buses are no longer going down Clavering Road this week. It's quite frustrating for residents not to know what's happening to their buses in advance. And I know it's probably not the council fault, it's First Bus. But when there's a road closure, it would be very helpful if residents could be informed either on the internet or whatever in advance about where the buses are going to go. I had to let my residents know that the X1 will no longer be coming through Yatton because Backwell lights are now open. But advance notice would be very helpful. Okay.
So, Wendy. Wendy, thank you very much for the observation and the question. We do watch our road closures incredibly carefully. The leader and I, in particular, are regularly reviewing where they are. We have brought more increasing attention as a political issue, small p, political issue, that officers are keeping us informed of what's going on. Officers are tightening the system up. We are tightening with the utilities as well, so that there's better warning and better coordination of them. If people do have a problem in their ward, please do come to me and let me know about it. I'm guessing quite a lot of you have probably, when it happens, you've probably already let officers know. But if you want to let me know as well, I'll try and put some pressure on to see where what's happening and how quickly the matter can be resolved.
Thank you. Thank you, Hugh. Yes, those road closures, again, they're causing problems. Bridget, a quick one, please.
Yep, it's to Councillor Malin as well. Residents of Downside Road and the Batch near the airport have appealed to me for years that they would like a bus to travel back to wider communities and villages. And lo and behold, there is now a bus going past their door, the A2. They're delighted, but there's no bus stop that they can get on. So could we possibly trial a bus stop, a temporary bus stop, to evidence the fact that this community is ready to get on the bus that goes past their house? But they could do with a stop that would allow them to get on it. So could we trial that? I appreciate that it may not be the land for a full bells and whistles, so I just really want us to, could I appeal to you to see whether a trial temporary stop could be possible so that the residents can prove whether they will or will not use it, because the pavement is such a short stretch near their homes, but there is no ability for them to walk safely to any other place to access any, well, they can't walk physically safely to the airport to get on that bus, and there is no other access. So I'd really appreciate your time and attention just to see if we could trial that in the coming year, and a trial is something we can reverse, but it just feels like the right time to trial it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hugh.
Thank you very much, Bridget. I mean, the A2, our brand new bus, and you want stops already? I mean, not unreasonably, I might say. Please, if you have a particular spot, because you know your turf, please email me and I will follow it up as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And on that point, I think we should have a break. So if I say 10 minutes back at 8:05. So we're up to item 16, which is motions by members. And our member tonight is Caritas. So Caritas, what would you like to bring before us tonight to discuss?
I believe you need 7 people to agree first, if that's...
Say that again, right.
You need 7 people to agree before I proceed.
Oh, right. Okay, no, there are 7 people.
Before we start, there is an amendment that I would like to change resolves 1 on the motion from the leader of the council, which is far nicer because Mike's a nicer bloke than me and more consensual. So Mike's got a proposal to change.
Right, over to you then, Mark.
Yes, and Caritas has very kindly agreed to accept this, so that's why we're just doing it now to get it out of the way. So the proposal is to just replace council resolves, sorry, it doesn't revolve, although it feels like it sometimes, council resolves bullet point 1 with new wording which says that this council considers the development and adoption of a formal public engagement and co-creation framework for the whole of the West of England region to be an important part of future governance arrangements and will actively press for this, whether as a future member of the West of England Combined Authority or as a partner, and will seek the agreement of the Wecker Mayor and constituent member councils to its adoption and implementation. And then the rest of Caritas's proposal is as is. Thank you, Caritas, for agreeing to accept that amendment.
Right, thank you. So we're going to now go as that is included, as if that is included as part of the original motion.
Yes.
And you're now going to speak to that.
Yes, thank you.
As long as we all understand, that's fine. Thank you, Caritas.
Chair, this motion is about the kind of partner North Somerset wants to be if we join the West of England Combined Authority. Because joining a combined authority is not simply about geography. It is about governance, it is about accountability, and it is about how residents are involved in the decisions that shape our future. If this motion passes, North Somerset will be making something very clear. We will be signalling that we expect the combined authority we are considering joining to operate with a clear engagement framework and with a culture that places residents at the centre of how decisions are developed and delivered. And that expectation is not unusual. Across the country, mayoral combined authorities are already moving in this direction. For example, South Yorkshire Mayoral Combined Authority has a standing citizens' assembly, bringing together residents from across the region to deliberate on priorities and make recommendations directly to regional leadership. Similarly, the North East Combined Authority has used citizens' assemblies to shape regional climate priorities. South Yorkshire has also adopted a formal statement of intent for engagement, setting out how residents should be involved in shaping decisions across the region. So what this motion does is, and if implemented by Wecker, would place Wecker alongside recognised national best practice. It says that if we join Wecker, we do so as a council that believes engagement should be visible, structured and embedded in regional governance. Not optional, not occasional, but expected. Now, Chair, sometimes in discussions like this, we hear a familiar argument that councillors already represent the public and that should be enough. And of course, councillors do represent the public. That is fundamental to local democracy, but combined authorities operate at a different scale. Get my pages right. They take decisions across transport networks, regional investment, housing strategy and skills systems that affect hundreds of thousands of residents at once, often at a distant from neighbourhood level decision making. At that scale, representation alone is not enough. It needs to be supported by participation. Because councillors speak for residents, but engagement frameworks allow residents to speak with decision makers. And modern regional governance works best when both are in place. This is not about weakening representative democracy, it is about strengthening it. Strong engagement helps councillors explain decisions. It improves trust in regional institutions. It brings better evidence into policy making, and it makes sure residents can see where they fit within new governance arrangements. Put simply, engagement frameworks support councillors. They do not replace them. This motion is also about clarity for residents. Many people are still asking what joining WECA would mean in practice. They want to know how decisions will be taken, who speaks for them, and how they can influence what happens next. This motion would help answer those questions, because it makes clear that if North Somerset joins WECA, we intend to do so as an active partner, helping strengthen how the region works with its communities. We are not simply joining a governance structure. We are helping shape what good regional governance should look like. Chair, this motion does not create barriers, it sets expectations. It signals that North Somerset supports regional leadership, but believes that leadership works best when it is connected clearly and confidently to the people it serves. Strong devolution and strong engagement go together, and for that reason I urge members to support the motion.
Thank you very much. Is there a seconder for the motion? Okay, and we've got Councillor Solomon and Councillor Bell both put their hands up, I believe. So is there people who would like to speak? Yes, Ash?
You're very eloquent at Caritas, and I appreciate that. And I think I'm getting to the specifics. You presented one side of the scale. I am more on that's the councillor role, but there's no councillors, of course. It's the WECA mayor, one person. But what do you fear are the risks of something like this? Because I particularly worry that if you have participation, you just get captured by vested interests or vocal minorities who aren't representative of the general public and aren't accountable to them. At least we are accountable. So I was surprised that what you're not proposing is to have an elected body, for example, involved with this. You want that people coming from the public. So how do you prevent those issues?
Mike?
Thanks. I'm a strong supporter of citizens' assemblies and direct local democracy more generally. My worry is that citizen participation with no influence can be worse than not having them at all. So my question is, how can we ensure that if we support this, these panels, assemblies have teeth and have outcomes that they can demonstrate to the citizens who take part?
Thank you. And Peter?
Thank you. Very much on the same point, Chairman. My basic objection to WECA is I don't believe it's a democratic organisation, because I've worked with Avon County and I have known too many groups working behind the scenes to fix things without the public being involved. I remember when the public were involved in something like the Regional Assembly, you ended up with government appointees sitting there taking away power from elected members. And I can understand where Caritas is coming from. I'm just not quite sure of the process. If government had the decency to set up proper regional areas and allow for sensible regional government and then put in your mechanisms, I would feel a lot more confident. But I think what you are proposing is better than what Mike was leading us into before, which I think would be totally unaccountable to us.
Thank you. Michael Bright.
Thank you, Chair. Again, you're very eloquent, Caritas. It's all very interesting. But I think in accepting Mike's amendment, you've watered it down to such an effect that I'm a bit like, well, if WECA says no, well, then it's all very lovely. But WECA just said, yeah, all right, thank you. And frankly, I imagine that's probably going to be what our relationship with WECA is in the next couple of years anyway. I mean, we'll obviously have all seen the results of the consultation that WECA are out kind of saying, a majority of people in North Somerset want this. Well, you just dig down a little bit, and 0.07% of people in North Somerset want it. So I would have been happy with this if you kind of, kept up with this and saying, we want to demand this of WECA rather than just saying, this would be nice.
Peter.
Thank you, Chairman. Following on from that, I served on WECA for a number of years on the scrutiny panel. And I was actually on two working groups, the skills and transport. And we came up with recommendations that were accepted by the scrutiny panel and thrown out by the mayor. As he told his own people, I'm in charge, you do what I say. And he said the same to the scrutiny panel, that really whatever we said made no difference.
Oh dear. Chris.
Thank you, Chair. The one thing I'm confused about, it's on the same vein as everyone else at Caritas, is how do you see formal public engagement as part of the co-creation framework working?
Right, okay. I think that is the end of the question. So if you want to start answering some of those or contributing your ideas, Caritas.
Yes, Ash makes a very fair point, but what I would say with the idea of vested interest, that's not good engagement, that's bad engagement when you see that happen. And there are plenty of examples where you have proper facilitation. If you take, for example, the South Yorkshire Standing Citizens Assembly, they sent out over 5,000 letters to people that were a demographic sample of the population of that mayoral combined authority, and then selected people to be representative of the region to actually sit on that standing citizens' assembly. So then you'd helpfully negate those vested interests. There are other ways of doing it through methods of sortition as well, and using a variety of engagement methods that actually help stop that organised pressure group that you kind of fear. With co-creation, it's about having a agreed system in place. So I mentioned how in South Yorkshire they have a mechanism for engagement. So within project implementation documents, they have to do a community engagement impact assessment that actually proves before a project is implemented that they've gone out, they've looked at a demographically representative sample and asked the public their thoughts and suggestions on the creation of the project implementation plan and fed it back. It's about setting those mechanisms in place. Having one-off isn't good enough. You actually have to have a structural framework in place, which other mayoral combined authorities are doing and which currently WECA doesn't have. As to the question of why I put it, I agreed to water down as a suggestion on Resolves 1, is that I am passionate about this. I'm passionate about the citizen's voice and how it is actually heard in decision making. And I hopefully, by adopting a consensual approach, which probably some would say is unusual for me, that I actually am quite passionate about getting this done and setting those frameworks in place. And I have sent copies of this motion to every council leader within the WECA region and actually got quite a sympathetic response from the Baines leader that said that it seemed something that was eminently sensible. So yes, it can work if you set up a proper framework, you resource it properly, and you integrate it into the governance system of WECA. It works in lots of other places, in social housing, in a lot of other demographic areas. It works in regions on the continent, Belgium, Luxembourg, Germany, Sweden. They all have these mechanisms for citizen engagement and standing assemblies. And Britain seems to be playing a rapid game of catch-up with that. So let's start on a positive note. Let's say that we are a council of many voices and we support WECA being a region of many voices as well. I commend the motion to you.
Thank you very much. And with that then we'll move to the vote. Hands up those of you who will support the motion, including the changes. And those against? And it's carried, but there are some abstentions. Are there any abstentions? I think, yeah, I think there are. Okay, so the motion is carried, and let's hope we progress in the way that you would like. Okay, thank you very much for that. And now we move on to petitions to be presented by members. Are there any? I haven't been told there will be, so there are none today. And now we move on to the forward plan. So, Leader, would no, nothing?
Yeah, just for noting, Chair.
Yeah, I think we see this regularly, and I hope everybody reads it because it is an important document. Right, we now go on to announcements, and we will start with my own. As you know, members may recall that communications were issued earlier this year regarding the Council's access control system upgrade, which means how we get into the building. And we need to replace all of the existing building access cards. And so as part of this programme, members will be able to exchange their access cards during the full council meeting on Tuesday the 12th of May. So if you bring them in, and they can be upgraded or whatever happens to them while we're in the meeting, and we can collect them when we get out. I think we all understand now, or certainly since I've been a councillor, I understand more importantly than ever how important security is for all of us while we're in the building, for all of our staff, and so it is a really important part of keeping us all safe. If you are not able to come to the meeting on the 12th of May, please ensure you book a slot at one of the drop and swap sessions which will be taking place at the Town Hall. And these sessions run across May and early June, and the booking link is included in the communications previously sent, or you can find it on the QR codes dotted around the Town Hall. And please remember that existing cards will be decommissioned once the programme is complete, so it's important that you exchange your cards during one of these opportunities, otherwise you won't be able to get into the building. And if you have any questions, contact corporate landlord at n-somerset.gov.uk. Corporate landlord at northsomerset.gov.uk. Thank you. Right, I would just like to tell you that I have attended a few things on your behalf as your representative. I went to the civic service in Axbridge, the legal service at Wells Cathedral. I was invited to speak to the Multicultural Friendship Association's AGM, and I commend that organisation for all it offers our community. I attended Weston-super-Mare's Civic Society's award evening, and I went to a Nailsea Allotments afternoon tea. I am so sorry that I've had to decline other invitations, but I wish all the organisations who offer so much to our community my very best wishes, and thank all of them for their efforts. And I do hope, I don't know, Caritas, if you were able to go to anything that I couldn't go to, but I did try and pass on the invitation to you.
I'm going to Bristol on your behalf this weekend.
I am so glad, because the only reason I'm not going, Caritas, is that there is a little bit of a procession, and I think I would hold everybody up with my poor mobility. So I am so glad that you're going to be represented there, and if you meet anybody, tell them that the Chair of North Somerset Council is with them in spirit. So thank you very much. Okay, over to our leader. Leader's announcements first. No, over to you, and we have got some things to be told.
Thank you, Chair. Just a short announcement from myself. Recently, Councillor Andy Cole advised the Monitoring Officer and myself he had joined Councillor Stuart Davis as a member of the National Reform UK Party, and that they've formed the Reform UK political group on the council. So I just wanted to let you know about the political balance as it has changed. So we've got the Conservative Party and Independent group with 14 members, Lib Democrats and Independent group with 12, the Labour group with 10, the Green group with 8, the Portishead Independent group at 4, and the Reform UK group at 2. The group leaders are making the necessary changes to the committee appointments, and we will obviously advise people in due course of the changes. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Mandy. Right, and now we're going to, because there's no urgent business, so we're going to go back to what was originally item 5, which is the Tropicana business case update, and our leader is going to tell us a little bit more about this particular.
Thank you very much. So I should say, firstly, you'll notice that I am not Mike Solomon. So I'm introducing this on this occasion, and Mike will contribute to the debate later. So I think everyone now knows that this report asks Council to consider the updated direction for the Tropicana project. It reflects a clear change of emphasis, a move towards a safe, commercially resilient, year-round events destination with a stronger focus on the outdoor arena, visitor welfare, infrastructure and safety and security, alongside a reshaped indoor offer. It also proposes a change in the operator route from the previous concession approach to an agreement for lease and lease arrangement. I want to begin by recognising that for many of us this is not a simple or easy decision. The report sets out some real challenges: rising costs, inflationary pressures, new anti-terrorism duties under Martin's Law, energy compliance requirements, and the reality that the original scheme in its full form is no longer deliverable as first envisaged. The report also identifies a current funding gap of approaching £6 million, even though that has been reduced from an earlier estimate through value engineering work with the proposed operator. I also want to acknowledge, before I go on, the frustration some members feel about the late notice on some of the changes to the scope of the project, the preferred operator, and the short notice briefings in the last week or so. Can I just say that on the briefings, I particularly feel your pain because I was away on holiday for most of this, very inconveniently, so I absolutely understand that. Whilst some of the timeline has been driven by the need for commercial confidentiality, changes and certainty that only emerged in the last few months, members should have been briefed earlier and more often, even if only to share the process that officers have been working through. So I will be keen to hear views from members about the mechanisms for consultation and engagement going forward that would be most helpful and supportive. I've already heard feedback from colleagues about the need to restore the Tropicana member advisory group. So I think there are lots of reasons why this is a finely balanced issue. Members are right to scrutinise the risks, the affordability and the change in approach. The report itself makes clear that the unchanged original option is not recommended because the costs are simply too high to be met from future income and cannot be afforded within the grant that we have already secured for the project. By contrast, the revised option is one recommended by officers because it offers social and economic benefits for Weston-super-Mare and the wider community, a positive income stream and a route that can be afforded within the context of the revenue budget while still retaining protections for the council if the affordability situation worsens. I should also emphasise I'm speaking to the public part of the report here. So the public paper sets out the strategic case, the economic case, the proposed delivery route and the public-facing rationale. But if members do want to discuss commercially sensitive background details, including the operator's financial offer, which is set out in the exempt papers, then we will obviously need to move into exempt session. But I feel it's important that we have as much of this debate as we possibly can in public so that the media, those residents who are watching along at home or very patiently, nobly staying in the public gallery can hear as much of the debate as possible. So turning to the substance of the recommendations, the report asks Council to support the updated strategic direction, to approve the revised operator route, to approve the award of an agreement for lease and subsequent lease to West Coast Venue Limited with a Live Nation Group guarantee, to approve work to close the funding gap and to delegate authority in some key areas to finalise the legal and delivery arrangements and to pursue further grant funding. My view is that despite the challenges, there is still a very strong positive case for moving this project forward. The report points to the opportunity to bring in an experienced operator with scale, reach and commercial capability to make the Tropicana work as a year-round destination. It highlights the prospect of increased footfall, higher occupancy rates, longer stays, retail uplift, supply chain growth and more employment and skills for the community. And it also sets out a project which has the potential to be a keystone for wider seafront and town centre regeneration, helping shift Weston-super-Mare from a period that many of our residents feel has been managing decline to actively shaping positive growth for the future. So that's why, although I recognise how balanced this is, I believe we should focus not only on the risks, but also on the opportunity. This is a chance to breathe new life into the Tropicana, secure the future of an iconic heritage asset, and generate the sort of economic boost that could be genuinely game-changing for Weston-super-Mare. The report envisages a year-round programme with both major events and community-focused activity, and it presents the Tropicana as a long-term cultural and economic anchor for the town. I know that some members who attended briefings heard directly from the leadership of the preferred operator, and there's also been a written note circulated to support our decision-making this evening. And genuinely, I would encourage any member who wants to know more, read that briefing and let's have a further conversation with the operator, because I think there are some genuinely exciting ideas for the future of Weston-super-Mare linked to this project. I do want to strengthen two of the recommendations, number 4 and 5, to reflect more closely some of the concerns that have been raised and set out in our decision making. I did circulate the amended recommendations in advance of the meeting, but essentially the purpose of the amendment to recommendation 4 is straightforward. So it's not denying the opportunity, it's not closing the door on borrowing if that ultimately proves necessary, but it does change the emphasis. So it says that we should first exhaust cost mitigation and alternative funding options, and only then, if there is still a residual gap in the budget, come back to council for an explicit further decision on borrowing. I believe that that's a more measured, more transparent and more proportionate way forward for the project, particularly given the scale and sensitivity. The recommendation to number 5 seeks to offer further clarifications on the process, including that the sign-off on the agreement for lease will be subject to consultation with group leaders so that any final concerns can be heard and resolved. And secondly, that the delegation for officers only extends to the works necessary to continue the design and procurement works at this stage, and not the award of the build contract itself, which in any event would be subject to the budget impacts. The build contract and any capital programme amendments or borrowing would therefore have to come back to a future council for approval, alongside further assurances and detail around the leases and agreements that have been put in place. I think it's worth emphasising that the legal documentation secured and referred to in the report does include conditions precedent and operator minimum requirements, which must be met before the parties entering into the final lease for the property prior to occupation. If the conditions, which critically include affordability and planning consent, cannot be met, then the lease will not proceed. So the report is really clear on this. More work is needed to refine and confirm the detail, including that planning consent issue. And if that doesn't happen, then the lease cannot proceed. That's a position that's absolutely agreed in common by the council and by the preferred operator. So in summary, we all know this is a challenging project. Nobody's trying to pretend otherwise. When the Tropicana was first envisaged in 1930, it was intended as a concert space, providing a seafront home for events, music and performances at scale. It's been through many iterations since. When I was first elected nearly 25 years ago, my very first question in council was about the future of the Tropicana. A Conservative councillor named Elfyn ap Rhys, who was then deputy leader of the council, replied somewhat sarcastically, which was most unlike him. He replied to tell me that something funny had happened to him on the way to the meeting, and that he'd been given plans for an exciting new development for the Tropicana, and that the council would be delivering them by 2003. Well, unfortunately, we're still waiting. But I'm pleased to say that today we have an altogether more serious opportunity from a council that delivers. to reopen the Tropicana as a safe and commercially resilient venue, to secure a high calibre operator and to deliver wider regeneration and economic benefits for Weston-super-Mare. So I recommend the report to Council and I would urge members to endorse the revised recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mike, did you want a second or come in now?
I think it'd be nice. Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, that was very eloquent and actually far more eloquent than Mike Solomon could ever do. So thank you very much, Leader. And thank you very much for stepping in and presenting this, which kind of shows how mature we are as a group, that we can slightly disagree on areas and still be working together. And when I say slightly disagree, I'm not against this proposal as such. I've got a few concerns that I've voiced throughout, and all I'd like to do at this stage is to talk about... sorry, I'll second that, because we can't discuss it.
No,
I'm sorry.
Mike,
Was that my fault?
Mike was the seconder.
I did second.
Oh, you did second?
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
No,
You're against it? Are you going to second it?
No,
You're not second.
No.
I've seconded it then.
Yeah,
Right,
sorry.
we'll change the seconder then.
Can I carry on? Sorry.
Right,
Yeah.
now it's been seconded by Mark.
Sorry.
You may now speak.
My mistake. Yes. So what I want to do is to put the fors and against as I see them tonight, and let everybody listen to the arguments, make their arguments, and then make a decision based on what's going to come out tonight. So from my point of view, when this started about 3 years ago, we were in a very different place. We didn't have those rising costs. We didn't have Martin's Law. So those things have come in, and they've complicated things that have made my concerns slightly more exaggerated. But on the plus side, as Mike says, this is going to bring thousands of people to Weston. If we have our own venue, it will bring thousands of people to Weston. It will bring a lot of money into the economy, not just for Weston, but for the whole of North Somerset, because if this venture does go ahead, then people will need places to stay, and if Weston hasn't got that accommodation, people can stay in Clevedon, in Nelsey, in Portishead, wherever. So, you know, and hopefully find a train service that will bring them into town. And we're going to have a major music venue. So those are, as I see, big plus sides. If we look at downsides, we're going to have considerably more traffic in the town. If we've got a venue that is passed by planning to go to 10,000, but bear in mind, that is a planning decision. It's not a decision that's made here. So if it does go to 10,000, then we have to be very careful. And this is Mike's ward anyway, so he'll be getting a lot of the flack if people start parking outside of houses like they will do when we have big venues. So that's one area we need to be very, very concerned about and careful about as far as residents are concerned. Then we've also got, because of Martin's Law, we'll have to have quite a large detour around the Tropicana, past the lawns and along the far side of the lawns and then back onto the seafront. And that would be envisaged as being put in place for up to 3 or 4 hours before any particular event. So that's another consideration we got to think about. I would have liked it if we could find a way around that one, and I don't know if there still is, but it is certainly one of the considerations we've got to think about, that the whole promenade will be impacted on event nights. So that's something we need to think about. The other thing that's come in only recently, there's the possibility of us having to borrow. And that's given me concern, but it's a possibility, and the officers, as they've said, and as Mike said, they're going to be working very hard to see if they can deliver this whole scheme within the initial budget. We've cut down on the scheme, which I think will work quite well with the Civic Society, because they were very unhappy with the high buildings, and now there are no high buildings, so we've reduced that scheme. And it's like I think Tom was saying earlier, that we seem to be spending more money, or asking for more money and spending more money, but seeing less, and that is a sign of the times. It's the same everywhere, so it's not just for us. The other thing that came up very recently as well, That is something we have to think about. Is there will be a smaller venue in there, which is 300 or 400 people. Now, we don't want that to necessarily compete with our own theatres in town. So we have to think about that. We have to think about the Playhouse, the Blakey, Front Room, and various other, that we don't compete with our own theatres. So it's a consideration as well. And then if you look at what we're being compared to as a size, is I don't know if anybody knows it, but it's the Halifax Peace Hall in Halifax, which makes sense, which has a venue for about 6,500 people, and it will be bringing people like Madness there, and they do go there, and we'll be looking at the same sort of mid-range acts. We're not talking about being Beyonce and various, it will be the sort of mid-range performers for 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 audiences. The Halifax, it's a not-for-profit trust that runs it, but the council have agreed to subsidise that for £225,000 a year, and that's what they're doing. So at the moment, we haven't got all the figures for what the possible subsidy would be for North Somerset, but there probably would be one. But that's to be agreed what that final subsidy could be. And also, because the loss of events, they've recently lost £600,000 or £700,000 in profits. So we have to be very, very mindful when we commit to this, and if we commit to borrowing, that we do know what we're getting into. And that's all I wanted to say as far as my concerns are being voiced. And what I'm minded to do is what I've never done, I don't think, in the 7 years I've been here, is to abstain, to give other councillors the chance, but I will make that decision on the fly at the last moment, because I remember from a business point of view, one of the phrases I've always worked by is that look at the downside before you look at the upside. So I'm not saying this won't work, and I'm not set against it. I want this to work more than anything, but I'm just voicing my concerns. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. I think we all know that we have the future of the Tropicana perhaps in our hands tonight, and I can understand that we have to think the good sides, the bad sides, and everything else, and make a decision. And I think we've heard, a very balanced view from Mike. Mark, as you're the seconder, would you like to go next?
Yeah, Jess, thank you. Well, I don't mind if I'm now or someone else was up before me. It's not a problem.
No, that's fine.
I'm going to add to the fact that I think this offers us huge potential, and is my role in what I've been doing since 2019 in this council. This can bring a hugely positive effect, this action, to the town. There's no doubt that for decades we've been kicking this problem around, and no one has grasped it, and no one has solved it. And if we don't take this opportunity, we'll be kicking it around for decades in the future. The benefits to this is the things that we all have recognised: lack of hotels, lack of catering, lack of the opportunities that will come with this sort of potential opportunity, including the employment opportunities that will also follow by. It took this council courage to take on the Burnbeck project, and look where that's got us. £44 million, and one of the most derelict and most important structures in the whole of the southwest is being renovated, because we as a council had the courage to do something. The Tropicana is the last piece in the placemaking strategy that we as a council, and those who were here 5 years ago, set up and agreed that we should go on and do. It is the last piece. We agreed to do it, and if we sort the Tropicana as well, we have fulfilled the strategy that we went on. How many strategies do we just put on the shelf and never look at again? This is one we've grasped. This is one we've done. And if we can do this, the positive effect to this town will be huge. And of course, as the biggest community in the whole of North Somerset, if it's positive in Weston, it has a kick-on effect through the whole district. So I'm hoping that we can support this, move it to the next stage, because an opportunity lost will simply be looked on poorly by, I believe, the electorate and by our residents, because if we fail to sort this problem, we'll just be another one of those failed councils that we've seen for decades.
Thank you, Mark. Terry Porter.
Thank you, Chairman. I fully endorse everything that Mike has said there. I can't put it as eloquently as he has, but I think everything that Mike has said, I fully support. I will be saying a few other things that go with that as well. But I was a bit disappointed that Mike Solomon has given quite such a bit at the early stage. I think he's put a bit of a downer on some of it. But anyway, what I'd like to say first of all is I myself and a number of other councillors are disappointed that the working group for the Tropicana was not used more. There was a lot of us that were very enthusiastic and keen to see this going forward, and I think some of the concerns and some of the, I think we could have contributed quite a bit towards it. But we are where we are now, and I must congratulate in actual fact the work of the officers, because I think they brought forward what is a viable interim proposal on the way we go forward for the Tropicana. And again, I would like to thank them for the 3 briefing sessions we had, which was 5 hours all in total on Teams, when many, well, it's a pity more councillors weren't there, but a lot of councillors asked many questions of them, of which we had all the answers, and it shows they have worked very hard on this, and I give them a very much of a credit for that. A little bit of history now. I was born and brought up in Weston, unfortunately too many years ago now, but in my youth and teenage years, Weston Pool, or outdoor pool as it was known then, this was pre-Tropicana, was a very popular leisure feature for us. And certainly, this is in the 50s and 60s, mind, so we're quite a long time ago now. But I certainly found it very enjoyable for myself, my friends and residents. At that time, we had a fantastic diving board there. I never dived off the top, but I did jump off the top. I was a bit wary of that. And it was the highest one in Europe. The pool was very popular. But in those days, if you think about what you've got in the way of leisure facilities now, you didn't have much then. So, you know, due to running costs, as a pool, it couldn't go on. And over the years, it met a couple of other changes, but it closed in 2000. And since then, we've had a number of projects. Now, since I've been on the council, we've seen 4 or 5 of these which have come forward. And the difficulty is here, it's created an expectation that something might rise from this falling structure. Unfortunately, that hasn't happened. I will admit that I've always been in favour of, you know, looking positively on the future for the Tropicana site, even when, unfortunately, the previous administration, which I was part of in 2012, voted to demolish it. But unfortunately, they didn't manage to get through on that, although I did vote on it against it at the time. It is a present liability to the council. You know, it's a stone structure built on a sandy beach and regularly challenged by some of the highest tides in the whole of the world. And, you know, it's amazing. It was, like Mike said, it was built in 1937, and it's actually still there. So obviously, whoever built it then did a pretty good job. And with this project, I know a number of councillors were raising concerns why the maintenance costs wouldn't be taken up by the new operator. Well, you know, I can't see any operator taking on these risks. If it wasn't this one, no one else would take on, as I say, the risk of a stone-built structure on a sands, subjugated a couple of times a day by really high tides. So I don't think that risk is there. And if this scheme does go ahead, then the work on the structure will inevitably reduce the deficiencies in the structure. There's no doubt it is going to be a challenging project, and we're only part way there, but it's one I think is worth tackling where the positive benefits are reviewed. I understand the concerns about the additional finance being needed. The extra cost of Martin's Law has added over 2 million to the project. But this is going to be required. Even if we didn't have these, if we were going to try and do something with the Tropicana, we'd have to have this anyway, because over 800 you need it. So that cost will be there anyway. But I doubt, in actual fact, if this doesn't go ahead now, there'll never be another opportunity anyway. I think this is the last chance for the Tropicana, if I'm honest about it. As the extra funding, I can see what I fully support Mike's amendments here. I think that has reduced the liability, the financial reliability on the project. On the change, I personally like the 5K outside and 1K inside. But looking at the report, I can't argue that they're saying there that 10K be better. Now, businesses in Weston, as in many towns, especially seaside ones, are facing an ever more difficult and challenging future. The boost that this scheme could bring to the town given exciting opportunities for many businesses outside of Live Nation. Well, some of you weren't here then, but we saw the evidence of how things can explode. Just look at the crowds of businesses and the excitement when we had Dismaland come here, especially as we were only here for, few months, few weeks, I can't remember now, with Banksy. But even the oil rig brought coach in. I wouldn't have come to look at the oil rig, but many people did. We had many visits to the town. And I think the reputation of North Somerset is a key consideration here, as it's been tarred with hosting a number of failed projects over the years. Now, we haven't been responsible for those failing, but we're the only common factor that's there. So we're the one that everyone says, oh, there's another time that the Tropicana's failed. This project has Live Nation considered one of the most successful providers of live entertainment in the country. And to forego this opportunity to work with them and to provide a tremendous boost for Weston, I may be considered a gross error. And I think if you wanted to defer it, I think that would be a gross error as well, personally. I've listened to all the councillors' views. I know it's a difficult decision to make, and it's down to each councillor to weigh it up. But I think we've just got to take it on personally. The press releases we've sent out recently have created an expectation that something great is going to happen again. I was surprised when with residents last week, when North Somerset was congratulated on bringing Live Nation, the entertainment, to the Tropicana. When I said, well, it's not guaranteed yet, I was given a bit of a cold shoulder there, so it didn't work. But I think we've got to look at the benefits to the community as well as what's to North Somerset. It's going to bring more people to the town, more visitors, more in the cafes, the shops, the pubs, all that. There's opportunities for local business. Listening to when they gave us a presentation, I can see some of the stuff there will be provided by local operators. It'll bring jobs and useful experience. When the Tropicana was there, I know my son, when he was young, worked in the summer holiday there and had a great time, especially with all the young girls in there. But he quite enjoyed that. But I think this would be a confidence boost for regeneration of the town. I think it is very important, and I think it would be good for the reputation for North Somerset. If we deliver this well, and I honestly think we can, I hope the councillors will be more involved than we have been recently, but I think the officers have done a good job. But instead of being a story of big ideas that didn't happen, it shows that we can actually get on and get things done. And I think the bit about trying to, if they make a big go of moving away from just a summer-only economy, I think that will be very good for us. I know, like Mike said, there are challenges. There's going to be challenges with parking, with transport, everything else. But I still think the risks that are in this project, I think the reward to Weston and North Somerset makes this a value judgment. And I will be voting in favour of this future for Weston and North Somerset. And as a little bit contentious, I wanted to see all those people that are prepared to sort of back North Somerset and the opportunity of achieving a really good project and supporting Weston and North Somerset. And I was going to ask if I get support for a name vote on this one, because I think that puts a bit of pressure on those who say no. I'm sorry about that, but that's how I feel. I think when they talk about what's happened, if you look at the Portishead Rail, that's only been achieved by a lot of endeavour and persistence over the time. And if you look at how the council has managed to achieve Birnbeck Pier when it was dead on 3 or 4 occasions, I think there's an opportunity with councillors and officers working together that we can make this a real success. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Well said. Okay, John.
This John, right.
Is that John?
Chairman, there have been numerous occasions when this council has been faced with making significant decisions about our assets, to shed or not to shed, to acquire or not to acquire. And each time we've been given reasoned analysis by professional officers and by external consultants. Castlewood, Sovereign Centre, Sainsbury's Shopping Centre, Police Station, Magistrates Court, Dolphin Square and Carlton Street Car Park have all been acquisitions of mixed fortune, and all were made following professional and market advice. Deals involving the Playhouse and Hutton Moor Sports Centre seem to show the council's relationship with Parkwood Leisure has been beneficial to both parties, which shows that relationships with external providers can work. And so I'm not opposed to the concept of outsourcing service provision. Indeed, there are sound reasons for sometimes keeping the bureaucratic arm of government as far removed as possible, especially in the world of leisure and entertainment. As with all major projects, there is risk. And whilst I'm not risk averse, I am risk anxious, especially where public money and public assets are concerned. The way this matter has morphed from an unsightly large box set within the Tropicana to little more than an open to the elements yard surrounded by 3 89-year-old walls, within which there will be a stage plus 4 units referred to as modular plug-and-play flexible solutions, whatever that means, together with a landmark sign proclaiming, guess what, Tropicana, leaves me less than excited by the offer from this world-class mover and shaker. In June 2025, there was a recommendation made by a few in the upper echelons of council to select Live Nation as preferred operator. Of course, that trusty old requirement of commercial confidentiality kept meaningful information well beyond the ferreting inclination of those who strive to be properly informed. We councillors and the public we serve, be they residents or businesses, need to know much more before proceeding further. Within one jump, audience capacity leaps from 5 or was it 8,000 to 10,000. Though given the up to 12 proposed full arena events per annum, I don't quite see how this stacks up as the advertised all-year-round venue. I note the winter months will house experiential events, one called Halloween, one called Christmas, another called Easter. Maybe they could introduce something really innovative, like an ice rink. Reference to providing space for a variety, I quote, a variety of community-focused events when the big shows have played out their tours feels a bit like a sop. Classic car and bike shows, dog shows, art fairs, outdoor theatre, living history, markets, sport and fringe events actually already occur on the beach lawns and elsewhere in town. And a fair few theatre events occurring inside the former Trop building. So I'm not sure what these new ideas really are. There'll be, quote, a wider impact and therefore a need for, quote, change in and around the venue and wider town. That's vague enough to sound both encouraging and a bit ominous. But what, where, how, and of what consequence will these wider impacts be felt? Beach lawns and the roadways will be affected even more so now following recent crowd control legislation. Potential restrictions being placed on other nearby but unrelated events are, I think, of some concern. Travel plans will appeal to those who foresee non-car arrivals as a gain, but these can often be prettily presented and of little consequence in the real world of arrivals and departures. Maybe we could even paint a few wavy lines along the prom and see how it works. Let us send out a clear signal to Live Nation and to our public, to our hoteliers, such as Remain, restaurateurs and all local businesses. We are very keen to enhance this facility. We are willing to be bold and to embrace new ideas. We are not averse to long-term leasing arrangements, and we would like to continue meaningful dialogue with you. But we are cognizant of numerous past offers on the site, all of which have failed. We must avoid financial misjudgment, unhelpful constraints, and avoid the unreality of short-term gain. To date, I'm afraid to say there has been next to no councillor involvement in discussions. Let this return to the next meeting of council, by which time we would expect all councillors to have become sufficiently well informed and have had plenty of opportunity to question assumptions, address concerns, and hopefully overcome anxieties in order to proceed further from now to fruition. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, John. Councillor Gibbons. Did you have your hand up? Oh, you did, yeah.
Yes, sorry. I've been listening, and of course, quite a few councillors, particularly Councillor Porter, have made a lot of the points I wanted to make. So I was looking at the notes I wrote and trying to kind of rejig them so I don't repeat everybody's comments. But I do want to thank the officers for all their hard work on this, getting us to this point, and for arranging the 3 lengthy briefings and all the paperwork and the answering of the questions. It was really much appreciated. Everyone has their Tropicana stories, it seems. When I was first elected, weirdly enough, later than the leader in 2011, it was literally the first thing I was sent by the then leader, Councillor Tucker, to join the Tropicana working group, where I was informed that the serious proposal was to demolish it completely. And I do remember making some comments then about what could be achieved around an open-air pool or a Lido, and Councillor Crockford-Hawley telling me in no uncertain terms, Weston is not Clifton, and putting me in my place. But it just goes to show how far we've come, actually, doesn't it? That we aren't talking about demolishing this. We are actually talking about investing it and bringing it back to life. And we have seen what that space can do. We had, as people have referred to, we had the Banksy exhibition, interestingly called Dismal Land, and it wasn't unnoticed that Weston-super-Mare was chosen because of its connotations of being a declining seaside town. But it did put Weston on the global map, and it brought hundreds of thousands of visitors to the town. And Sea Monster did as well. I know that was not universally regarded as a good thing and divided opinion, but it did draw people in, and it did create a bit of a buzz. So we know that this space can actually deliver things for Weston. So it's about building on that, isn't it? And not just one-off moments, but creating something permanent. I was quite impressed and excited to learn that we had Live Nation as the operator, actually, because I know what they do in other areas and how they run events and locations across the UK. I think they understand how to make destinations like this thrive. And I appreciate the idea of the year-round venue and their vision with events in the summer. And I know that they're doing things that our existing theatres and other venues do, but I don't see that adding to that is actually going to be detrimental. It just enriches the cultural offer that Weston would have for people. It's not going to be just about big names, because I know that in other towns, and we heard from the chief executive of the organisation, that they support local communities really well where they work in other areas. So they'd be working with our schools, with charities and local groups. And I think that's something that we can and should definitely replicate here in Weston. And others have talked about the economic benefits. Visitors spending money in local shops, restaurants and hotels, and supporting businesses and jobs, and giving opportunities to young people. Large events can lead to improvements in transport and strengthen the economy in the evening. I think that what I've found, I was up in London last week and talking to various people about Weston, and together with what's happened with Burnbeck Pier and the additional funding that got, and yes, the publicity about this, which, as somebody mentioned, the press release did seem to imply that it was, you know, a fait accompli, and it isn't. But the reputation of Weston has shifted slightly, and people were talking to me very much in terms about, like, it seems Weston's on the up, it seems like it's the kind of place that we could come to and invest in because of the faith that's been shown in our town, first by the Banbeck Pier, and by securing, the possible involvement of an organisation like Live Nation here in Weston. We have to look at what they've achieved in Margate. And this project, of course, restores what is a historic seafront landmark. I mean, I'm not from Weston, but I can actually remember my mother telling me about that amazing diving platform that was the tallest in Europe, because she was evacuated to this area during the war, and they couldn't go, but she talked about it and was saying, oh yes, Weston had this amazing place. So it's truly an overused word, I know, but it is an iconic location for Weston. I absolutely understand that it's right to question and think hard about the risks. But for me, I think we should also recognise the opportunity, because doing nothing isn't cost neutral, it's going to cost us money. And this is about confidence in Weston's future, building on the successes of things like Dismal Land and Sea Monster, creating jobs, attracting visitors, and making the most of what we already have, and getting a really positive name for Weston as a place that is a can-do place and approaches things with courage. Weston is no longer dismal and won't ever be home to a dismal land again, but it will be home to something I think that will be really vibrant and make a difference. So I shall be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Roger?
Thank you. I think I'd like to start by saying I welcome the amendments from the leader on this one. I think that's been a really positive and useful step in trying to resolve some of the issues here. And wow, hasn't a lot been said already? And I find it difficult to disagree with almost anything that's been said here. But in February this year, we were between a rock and a hard place. And we asked our residents to foot the bill by way of an 8.99% council tax increase because we needed to protect our vital services. That need has not diminished. I would love to see the Tropicana developed into a safe, commercially resilient, year-round events destination. And I welcome the involvement of Live Nation in making this happen. But I'm concerned that the plan before us here tonight will not deliver that outcome. The report and supporting documents outline a case for switching this project to a 25-year lease, delivering a rental income to North Somerset Council from the venue, and even a profit share from the operators, all of which sound great. However, what lies beneath the surface is a whole mess of obligations that I believe this council just cannot afford to take on. Let us not forget that residents are still paying for the unsuccessful commercial projects taken on by previous administrations, some of which have been outlined quite clearly earlier on. But of course, the money pit that is Carlton Street car park stands, I think, above all the others. This administration has been rightly critical of these past decisions, and we should do everything in our power to ensure that the same mistakes are not repeated. Some people will have you believe that if we fail to agree this tonight, the project will fail, or that Live Nation will pull out if we attempt to renegotiate at this stage, and the Tropicana project will never be revisited again. I do not believe that this is the case. Live Nation have already renegotiated the terms of this deal, seeking to increase capacity and additional planning consents. In a negotiation, we need to be pushing back. I believe that the business case before us is unfairly balanced against the interests of this council and the residents of North Somerset. But ultimately, I believe this is something that can be overcome. I would like to see our officers redevelop the current business plan to exclude or minimise the financial liabilities that sit at the heart of this problem. In particular, I'd like to see a new lease negotiated on a full repairing or as close to full repairing basis as is possible, so that this council no longer has to carry the financial risk for the structure of this venue. Of course, this would mean that there would also be no requirement to build up a sinking fund to cover these repairs. I understand the argument that such a move may make the venue unattractive to an operator, but North Somerset Council has things it can put on the table. The level of rental income is negotiable. The profit share is negotiable. The term of the lease is negotiable. And of course, having the lease contracted out of the Landlord and Tenants Act 1954 is also negotiable. So we have an opportunity here to redefine the terms of the lease, to make a better deal for North Somerset and possibly a better deal for Live Nation. The most important thing for North Somerset Council is to ensure that it's not carrying unquantified commercial liabilities, because we can ill afford another Carlton Street car park. In conclusion, I would like to encourage councillors to reject the recommendations before us tonight and ask officers to come back with a renegotiated plan to ensure the future of this venue, a plan that delivers a safe, commercially resilient, year-round events destination, but one that shields the residents of North Somerset from the ongoing commercial liabilities and places the commercial risks squarely on the shoulders of the commercial operator, whilst remaining fair to the operator by giving in areas that do not place additional financial burdens on the residents of North Somerset. Thank you.
Thank you for your views, Roger. Helen?
Thanks for that. I'm going to try and keep my speech short because I'll be repeating a lot of what's already been said, to be honest, particularly by Councillor Porter and Councillor Gibbons. And I also agree with the fact that I think we need a named vote tonight, because this is so important that people of North Somerset need to know which of their councillors voted for this and who voted against. And so I don't know how we get agreement on that, but I'd like agreement on that. So we've already heard that back in 2012 the Tropicana was due to be demolished, and thankfully that didn't happen. There was a campaign run by a former councillor, the late Derek Mead, and then the Secretary of State for Local Government at the time, Eric Pickles, I don't know if you remember him, not a favourite of mine, I have to admit, but he did stop the demolition. And then a few years after that, Banksy came along and created Dismal Land, as we've heard, and it brought Weston to absolute worldwide attention. You know, people were, I think people travelled here to visit it from as far afield as Japan. And it also showed us that something else could be done with the Tropicana other than it being a pool. I myself visited Dismal Land a number of times and saw some of the live music there. It actually coincided with what I call a break in my employment history. Since then, I've always been very supportive of the Tropicana as an arts and entertainment venue, and I was very happy to be on the member advisory group and hear about the plans for the building and who could run it. To get to this point has taken a long time, and the outcome is quite different from what the council had intended. But I do think the potential benefits for Weston and the wider area are huge. They might not be quite as big as the Banksy effect, which was apparently £20 million, and then Dismal Land was actually only here for 5 weeks, Terry. You said that, didn't you? It was just a few weeks. It was 5 weeks. This agreement will see large outdoor events every week throughout the summer, along with indoor and community events throughout the year. The economic benefits for local businesses, our visitor economy, and the jobs that will be created directly and indirectly will be huge. Councillors have received a number of briefings on the Tropicana business case over the last 10 days or so. The Tropicana member advisory group had not met for quite a while, so I had a lot of questions which I bombarded officers with, and they've been answered. I do still have some concerns related to the red paper in our packs, so I'm not going to mention what those are, and also the borrowing we'll have to do. But I understand there may be other funding sources we can apply to, and also there are a lot of venues across the country which actually charge a venue restoration fee or levy, which is a small amount of money added to every ticket sold to specifically fund things like repairs and maintenance. So imagine £1 a ticket on 10,000 tickets for 30 events a year for the Tropicana. That's £300,000 a year. You know, that's not bad, is it? The people of North Somerset have waited for many years for us to do something with this building. We have the opportunity to start that process tonight. Ultimately, although, as I've mentioned, I have some concerns, I think the benefits outweigh the risks, and we really need to work with the operator to make this a success. I would also like to see the continuation of the Tropicana member advisory group, even if many of us who are currently on it may not get re-elected next year. And finally, I just want to thank our officers who have worked so hard on this, particularly Jenny Ford, who's here tonight, and Joe Drinkwater, who I don't think is here. But they've worked really hard on this over a long period of time. And as I just mentioned earlier, you know, they've been bombarded by me and other councillors, I think, over the last week or so with huge amounts of questions, and they've run the briefings for us. So I support this. I encourage you all to support this. I think it would be a mistake if we deferred it. We need to act now. We've deferred it long enough, to be honest. Thanks.
Thanks, Helen. Bridget.
Council colleagues will know that it is rare that I agree with Councillor John Crockford-Hawley, but tonight I'm going to do that. So I felt that he eloquently put that we should do a good job by the public and properly scrutinise this contract and this information in front of us. And it is not a matter of saying yes or no to something, but when you negotiate a contract, it is absolutely reasonable and absolutely viable that if you have any concerns or clauses that you still want to be clarified, if you have things that you need to be reassured on, and if a document is full of assumptions that cannot be clarified, then that is not a time to make a decision about the future of a key site within our possession. So contract agreements are negotiations, and at this time, to be told that we have had councillor briefings, but all of them fall in the previous 7 days, in the previous week, with the limited warning and all falling in the Easter holidays, is not a sufficient way to brief councillors. I am actually really disappointed at the way that we have received information. And as you can see in the report, it lists that the consultory group did not meet since May 2025. How is that evidence of good engagement? And at this point, tonight, if the cabinet member for this project is not convinced that he could vote for or against, how is it that we, as a whole chamber of 50 members, can feel confident? And I'm sorry, but I will not be feeling confident. I am not reassured that the evidence in these papers tell me that we are doing the right thing by the residents of North Somerset. And as others have mentioned, Carlton Road car park is along the road. Castlewood. There is a legacy of, there is a legacy of poor decision-making around commercial ventures. Admittedly, most of them were under Conservative guise. But many of us are here because we don't want to repeat those errors. I will not feel pressured. I will not feel rushed. I want the best for Weston. I want the best for North Somerset. I want the best for Tropicana. And we can make good decisions. Live Nation sound great. These events sound great. I like Dismaland. I was there. The photos on my wall in the kitchen. I live in Backwell and I come to Weston for events. I will come if Florence and the Machine are here. I might not come to Ed Sheeran, I probably can't afford it. But I will come to good events, and so will other residents. But we do not need to be forced into the bad decisions. We should feel confident. I can see here that we're facing extra costs because of an Energy Act that was brought in 2020. Why is it that commercial decisions did not consider this in the past 2 or 3 years that we've been discussing it? Martin's Law was on the table since 2025. Why is it that that was not decided and talked about? Why is that liability coming in now? That is not sound decision-making to me. We put out a tender, and I understand tender documents. I'm not saying I've done them all of this scale, but I've done tender documents. We put out a tender, a company chose to bid for it. Then they arrived at the table and said, we want you to put in planning again. Why don't they pay to put in the planning again? They're a business with long-term objectives, and we want to work with them. They can pay for the planning costs, because that planning cost on our council taxpayers is not okay. That's a significant cost, and that impacts our revenue budgets, that impacts how many health visitors we pay for, how many social workers we pay for. But they've got a business plan and they've got a business case. And I want to see a business case that works for all residents of North Somerset, that delivers something we can be confident in and that we will not be embarrassed by in 10 years, 15 years, or 25 years' time. I want to be proud of those decisions. I am confident that we can move forward. I am confident that in 1 more month, we have another council meeting. So I am for us taking this forward. I am for us finding a good solution for the Tropicana. I'm for working with Live Nation, but we have more power than this, and this deal on the table is not there yet. So that is why I sit with others who say that we can take responsibility, be responsible, and look in greater detail and come back in a month. Thank you.
Thank you, Bridget. Robert?
Thank you. Yes. I've been very pleased and encouraged over the past few years at the way this council has worked so hard to turn around the fortunes of Western Seafront, and I'm including the ongoing work at Birnbeck, at the Marine Lake, and so on. And I feel that the Tropicana is the one piece that hasn't been addressed, hasn't been solved. I'm very mindful of the past when previous administrations have looked at all sorts of weird and wonderful proposals, all of which have turned out to be pure fantasy and have all failed. So I'm pleased that we now have something which is realistic and is achievable. So I am minded to vote for this, for the economic benefits and for the creation of a vibrant entertainment offer within the town that I think will roll from it. However, I am nonetheless concerned about various aspects of what is proposed. As the ward member who represents people living on the seafront opposite the Tropicana and the residential streets off the seafront, we absolutely have to be mindful of the potential negative effects on those areas of 10,000 people arriving all at once. The Tropicana has to be a good neighbour to these people. Living close to the seafront has some really great advantages. It's a great place to live, but it also comes with disruptions from seafront activity. And I think people understand that there is a trade-off there. We have major events in Weston in each year. We have the beach race, we have the carnival. This year we've got Summerfest coming in July. These are all great for the local economy, but they also cause traffic chaos for people who live close to the town centre and close to the seafront. But they're one-off events, and people, I think, understand that they can put up with that chaos for the odd day or for the odd weekend for the benefits that roll from these events. But what we've got here is likely to be a major event happening every week between April and October. And it's not reasonable for that sort of level of chaos to occur every week during the summer period. So I am happy to support this, but I think as we move forward and firm up the plans and develop it, we need to absolutely address the problem of the traffic, the parking issues that will undoubtedly arise. And that's something we absolutely must look at as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Right, a list of things that we need to consider. It's getting longer and longer, but understandably. Peter.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a historic evening. I think the leader of the council got it wrong when he came in and said at his first meeting he was talking to Elvin Apreece, the deputy leader of the council, because I don't believe he was at the time. Yeah. Secondly, Councillor Crockford-Hawley, I find myself totally agreeing with, and much to my surprise, with Bridget as well. I really feel we are being held over a barrel here. I've sat in this chamber for too many years for too many whiz-kid ideas that we voted for and learnt in the past, learnt in the future. We should have taken a little bit more time. Glad to say the electorate took me out of the debate over Colton Street car park, so I can't be held responsible for that one at all. But when people come forward with whiz-kid ideas and start arguing this is the saviour of Weston, when people I know and respect and have been in Weston for a long time, like John and Terry, disagree, and then we've got the executive member who I've never known a case where the executive member puts a report to council and doesn't promote it himself. There is something odd here, Chairman. I'm not a businessman. I've been an elected member to represent Portishead and areas in the north of the district, and I listen to what these people say. I've had my back caught many a time by people telling me, oh, well, it's all Weston, it's all centric to Weston, and I will stand up for Weston to the nth. Weston is the core part of North Somerset. We rely a lot on its tourism, and it has areas that needs money spending on it. I'm fully in favour of the redevelopments that are going on, but I cannot bring myself to go for and convince my residents and my electorate that this council should take on a risk of borrowing £6 million over the next 25 years on the possibility we'll get it back on a profit share or anything else. I'm sorry, without backing, without that figure there, I cannot, in all conscience, go ahead with it. Terry said he was at a meeting and a couple of people saw the press release and said, congratulations, great, North Somerset's doing something good in Weston. I'm sorry, I've been at 4 events since that press release came out, and every single time I have been collared by people, what a bloody money going to Weston again. I'm sorry, I can't go that far to support the borrowing of £6 million for this project. If it can be deferred and come back with another method, I'll support it, but I can't at this stage.
Thank you, Peter. And Peter Crew, our other Peter.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, I should be solidly for this as one of the members that closed the Tropicana in the first place. However, I'm persuaded by those people that are so enthusiastic that it must be a problem. I well remember people saying when we had the Mace application in with the cinema and the closed-in pool and the fun bit and the restaurants, everybody said it will be the making of Weston-super-Mare. We got to the point, the application, they got their planning application through, all agreed. They were due to start in the middle of March, and at the end of February, their commercial backer pulled out, and it fell. And that's happened twice. Now, I'm not against this application. It looks good, but there are too many ifs, ands, and buts. And I think we need to have a bit more information. Yes, I've apologised to officers for missing the briefings due to family health problems. However, I read all the paperwork and I still think there's too many ifs, ands, and buts. And I don't think, in all fairness, we should even take a vote tonight. Because if you propose that it should be a named vote, what will happen? Those people that are unsure will abstain, so it tells you nothing. I believe the most sensible way forward is to withdraw the motion tonight and represent it at the annual council meeting.
Thank you very much. Kieran?
Thank you. Firstly, good to hear that Beyonce's top tier, Councillor Solomon. I would agree. That doesn't matter. I'll tell you the joke in a minute. It's fine. It's passed. The moment's passed. He's refused. So every kind of once in a while, there comes a quite divided and kind of divisive kind of topic that comes along that can kind of define a council, a councillor, and administration, and it kind of feels like we're navigating this one at the moment. And there's often decisions that we sometimes make that can transform an area. It can also hamper it. Ooh, I think a plane's landing. And it feels like this is a decision we're making today, doesn't it? And I'm not quite sure where I am at in my head on all of that. But for me, what does feel true is we're getting to a space where this might be one of the last chances for the Tropicana. That feels almost true. We've talked about it year after year after year, talked about long before I've ever arrived and maybe born, who knows. So it feels like a lot of conversation we've had. So wishful thinking won't rejuvenate the Tropicana. Renegotiating in public isn't credible. As someone who has negotiated these things, that's just not credible. And hoping something different will come along doesn't necessarily mean it will. So these are all the things I'm trying to balance. And for me, I know it's not perfect. Rarely are these opportunities perfect. But I'm willing to be a bit brave and go, do you know what? I think we need to push forward with this. There are bits to be discussed as part of the consultation with group leaders around the lease arrangement. That is absolutely true. That absolutely needs to happen. So for that bravery for me to make that decision, say I am going to do that, my pushback to group leaders is going to be, you're going to need to do some very close scrutiny on this, I would say. There needs to be really close oversight on it, because ultimately we're now putting this in your hands, which I know is a big burden to bear, but that's what it feels like, I think, to navigate this at this moment in time.
Thank you, Kieran. Mike Bird.
Just to start, I've spent the last 30 years attending large events, and I'm simply not convinced by the business case here. Live Nation, if you look through all the events, it's mainly venues below 2,000. There are a number of venues up towards 5,000, which includes the Dreamland Open Air one in Margate and obviously Harrogate. The 10,000 plus venues in this country tend to be indoors, Wembley Arena, O2 and the Hydra in Glasgow, but these are multi-purpose and multi-function sites which can reduce numbers. And we have here a possibility of a 10,000-seater outdoor arena, and it's not going to be out all year round. It's not. No outdoor arena is going to be permanent. You're going to get the only arena in the country on a beach facing the West Atlantic. So you're going to get lots of cancellations. It's not going to happen in the winter. So I just don't see the business case stacks up here. So I'll be abstaining.
Thank you, Mike. Tom Nicholson.
Thank you. We have a lot has been said, so I will be brief. You know, like I said before, I grew up in this town. It means a lot to me. I'd love to see the Tropicana being brought back into use, and I think the opportunity that this potentially represents. You know, a 10,000 person capacity venue is for Weston's incredible for everything that it could mean in terms of economic benefits and all the other benefits for the town. But I am really worried that we're rushing into agreement of commercial terms, and that we risk a repeat. I mean, we've talked about a lot of them. You know, John had a really long list, but you know, in particular, risk of repeat of some of the issues we see, say, at Carlton Street car park. And in particular, those terms around maintenance of the building, I think, need more time. I really want to support this. But I find myself agreeing very much with the previous speakers who said that they don't want us to rush into agreeing terms. So I'd like to see a deferral. I'd like to see there to be time to go back to review and negotiate the commercial terms. I think it's possible to negotiate really good terms for this. Terms that would sort of represent sort of, you know, positive outcome for all parties. And all parties have to include all the residents of North Somerset whose money we spend. You know, we as a council put our hands in people's pockets. And, you know, we invest that to deliver benefit, but we do put our hands in people's pockets. And I don't think that we can currently be confident enough that the terms that we've got in front of us are good enough. And I think as we put our hands in people's pockets, we risk agreeing something which will or has the potential to be a considerable liability for people in North Somerset. So much as I would honestly really love to see this, to support it and to see this delivered, I don't think we're there. I don't think the terms are right, and I think we need more time. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Jenna.
Thank you. I also have a Tropicana story. I think some of you already know. I recently moved to the area, and the first time I came to Weston actually was to volunteer at the Sea Monster. So 4 hours a day, 2 days a week, facing high winds, rain, hail, sun, everything. Anyway, I also fell in love with the place, and I want to see it succeed. I would agree with others that we need a little bit more time. The particular paragraph that sticks with me is 5.3.4, which is other changes to the council's budget have been compiled and include potential future costs, e.g. additional street cleaning and CCTV requirements and ongoing planned preventative and reactive maintenance for structural and drainage issues. Another similar, not the same, but similar project that affects me is the Pill flood defences work, which is part of the Bristol, it's called Avon Riverside 2100. And this is an investment of something like £250 million over the course of maybe 7 years to improve the flood defences around from Bristol, Cumberland Basin all the way up to Pill and the other side of the river. This is, of course, not comparable, but there are elements, anything involving water and flooding and drainage costs money. And I think at this point, when we don't know even the extent of the costs that this is going to entail, it doesn't seem like a prudent decision. So I would also like to see this pushed back a little bit, next council certainly, and I want to see something better come before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenna. Sue Mason.
Thank you. I've written a few notes, but my first thought, and I've listened to everything very carefully. I totally agree with what Robert said. I think this is perhaps the last chance for the Tropicana, because it's not been successful in sort of getting events there or whatever. Yes, there has been some, but not enough. And so it's always been like a sort of an elephant, really, there, you know, that people are thinking, well, what do we do? How do we do it? And that just is, you know, hasn't happened. But so in some ways, this is the last chance of doing something with the Tropicana. And so, yes, I can see why Live Nation thought, yes, this, you know, we can do something here. And I can see why the council have said, yes, we can do something here with Live Nation. But what happens if Live Nation say, well, we've tried, this is what we want to do, but the council are then saying, can we have a little bit more time? We're not happy about this, that and the other. And Live Nation then come back and say, well, we're not happy with this, that and the other. So therefore it collapses. But then will any other big business of a similar sort as Live Nation be prepared to come to Weston and say, yes, we can help, we can do this, that and the other? They'll think, well, if they have rejected Live Nation, you know, is it worth it? So I think that this is almost like, you know, the last, whatever it is, at the saloon. I think, yes, we have to continue with Live Nation. But so I would, like others have said, I would say defer. But I wouldn't want to do it for very long. And I think a month is too long, because I think they will want to make a decision very soon. because of course summer is approaching, and also they need to book any of the events. So it is really, can we come back in, say, 2 weeks' time? But I don't know whether that's possible, and also whether officers would be able to speak to Live Nation and also, work something out.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Sue.
you.
Mike, you wanted to come in there because there are a couple of other people still wanting.
That's okay. Just given the debate that we've had already this evening, I am going to withdraw the report and bring it back to the next meeting of Council on May the 12th, in the spirit of trying to listen to the concerns and feedback that colleagues have given, and to try. I do endorse the remarks that we might only have one chance to do this, and I'd rather do it once and try and get it agreed. So let's try and take that extra 3 weeks. I don't know what miracles can be achieved in those 3 weeks, given some of the concerns that have been expressed, but I think that feels like the right thing to do, and then we can obviously bring the meeting to a close.
Well, thank you very much. I just want to say one thing. I feel that we've really tried to have an open and honest and reasonable debate. And I feel for the people who aren't in this chamber, who hope that there would be a decision tonight, and now there won't be. But I want us all to leave this room knowing that we want to come to a positive outcome about this, and we are not quite there. And it isn't necessarily, I don't want to apportion blame to anybody, because I think everybody has worked incredibly hard, but I think we are wise to just wait a little bit of time until we get all of our balls in place and we do make a decision that we can all feel very comfortable with, because the Tropicana is really important to us, and I hope it will become important to Live Nation too, because working together, collaborating and cooperating means that we will find the right solution. And as this is probably going to be my last final remarks as your chair, I hope you don't mind me saying that, because it's so frustrating sometimes not to be able to join in, because I've always tried to be very impartial in this position. So, Helen, your hand is up, because we're going to...
I was just wanted to point to Terry, but I would encourage people to read Appendix B, please. Please read Appendix B, because that is actually what we were voting on, all the conditions for entering the lease. And I don't think people have read Appendix B. It's really clear to me that people don't seem to know what they're voting on. Sorry to interrupt.
Terry,
Can I just say, if people expect in 3 weeks to come back with the material change to what you've got here, that's cloud cuckoo land. I'll tell you what, once the lawyers get involved in that, you're never going to get anything. I used to work, it's a few years since I've been in business, but trying to expect you to find something materially different at the next meeting, I think you'll be back facing exactly the same you've got now. If Live Nation are happy to wait and hold on for a month, the decision next month will be virtually the same as this month.
I'm really sorry, Terry, but it's been withdrawn by our leader.
Can I clarify?
Yeah, I'm going to just ask Nick to clarify as our legal advisor.
So, Chairperson, there is an important point here for me in terms of how it is brought back in May. If the item is withdrawn, it would have to be presented as a new item at that meeting, and thus we would have literally days to enter a new report, and you wouldn't have all 3 weeks. If you adjourn the debate now, so rather than withdrawing it, the leader proposes adjournment of this debate, and the council chamber agrees, then that debate just stands adjourned. You can then table any new information right up to and including the meeting. So my strong advice to you is you adjourn it rather than withdraw it.
Mike, would you agree to that?
I'm happy to therefore propose that we adjourn the debate until the meeting on the 12th of May.
And is the chamber happy with that? Can we have a show of hands? Agreed. And that is agreed. So thank you very much for changing that, Mike, and I hope everybody goes home knowing that we're trying to do the best No, I mean trying to do the best for our residents. So safe journey back. Oh dear.